The Book of Heaven. Volume 16. As usual, I surrendered myself completely to the divine will, and my sweet Jesus was seen as he advanced towards me in order to receive me in his most holy will. He said to me, "My daughter, my will is continually in relation to the will of the creature. And, through this relationship, the human will receives the light, holiness, and strength that my will contains. My will does this for the purpose of to give the creature the life of heaven in advance. If she accepts me, she adheres to this heavenly life. But if, in her actions, she does not welcome this supreme will whose intention is to make her happy, strong, holy, divine, and transformed by divine light, she remains alone with her human will, which makes her weak, miserable, muddy, and filled with vile passions. Don't you see how many souls get bogged down because of their weaknesses, unable to decide to do good? Some are unable to dominate themselves. Others are fickle like reeds stirred by the wind, or unable to pray without countless distractions. Others are still unhappy. Others seem born to do only evil. All these souls deprive themselves of uniting with my will in their actions. My will is available to all. But, because they flee from her, they do not receive her property, which is a just punishment for those who want to live of their own will with all its miseries. However, my will to which these souls will not have wanted to unite during their lives and which could have given them a multitude of goods. They will meet her at their death while experiencing great suffering, to the extent that they will have fled it during their lives. Because, fleeing it, they will have been guilty. They will have covered themselves with mud. Also, it will be right for them to suffer, in proportion to their refusal to unite with my will on earth. This suffering will be without merit, without new gains, contrary to what it would have been if they had united with my will during their earthly life. Oh! How many moans rise from purgatory and how many cries of despair escape from hell, because my will has been denied by these souls on earth. Therefore, my daughter, may your first concern be to live in my will. May your first thought and heartbeat be to unite with the eternal heartbeat of my will, so that I can receive all my love. Strive to continually unite your will with mine in order to be transformed in my will. Thus, at your last hour, you will be ready for the final encounter with my will without it being painful. I felt very oppressed because of the deprivation of my ever-kind Jesus. I said to myself, everything is over for me, the more I look for him, the less he comes. What torture, what martyrdom! While I was thinking like this, my adorable Jesus showed himself crucified and he stretched out on my poor person. A light from his adorable forehead tells me, my daughter, my will contains all my being. Every soul that possesses it possesses me more than if it had my continual presence. In fact, my will penetrates the creature into its most intimate fibers. She counts her heartbeat and thoughts. It is the life of its most beautiful part. It is its interior, from which its external works rise as of a source and make it inseparable from me. On the other hand, if I do not find my will in the soul, I cannot be the life of its interior and it dwells as separate from me. How many souls who, after enjoying my favors and my presence, have separated themselves from me, because the fullness of my will, its light, his holiness, were no longer in them. They have been engulfed in sin and pleasure. They separated from me, because the divine will, which totally protects the soul from sin, even the smallest, was not in them. The purest, holiest, and greatest works are formed in those who possess the fullness of my will. As with God, the will has supremacy in the creature. If she applies her will to the good, there is life. But, otherwise, it is like a tree which, while having a trunk, branches and leaves, does not bear fruit. In the creature, the will is not the thought, but it brings the spirit to life. It is not the eye, but it gives life to the sight. If there is will, the eye wants to see. Otherwise, it is as if the eye has no life. The will is not the word, but gives life to every word. It is not the hands, but it gives life to the action. It is not the legs, but it gives life to the steps. It is not love, desires, affection, but it gives life to love, desires, affection. Although the will is the life of all human actions, the creature is stripped of them after doing them. Just as a tree loaded with fruit is stripped by the hands of the one who comes to pick them. However, the looks that the creature has posed, the thoughts she has formed, the words she said, the actions she has done, are as if sealed in his will. The hands of the creature act, but his actions do not remain in his hands. They go beyond that, and who can say where? However, the things of the will remain on the spot. Therefore, everything is formed, sealed in the will. So it is with the human will, because I have sown the seed in it so that it may be like my own will. Think to what my will can be within me, and to what it can be for the creature if it allows itself to be possessed by it. This morning my sweet Jesus was seen in a wonderful way. He stood on my heart where he had placed 2 bars and, above it, an arch. In the middle of the arch was a small wheel with a rope. A small bucket was attached to the rope. Jesus hurriedly brought down the little bucket into my heart and then removed it full of water that he poured out on the world. He continued to draw and dump until the earth was flooded. It was delightful to see Jesus all busy and dripping with sweat because of the effort it took to draw so much water. I thought to myself, how is it possible that so much water can be removed from my heart which is so small, and when did he place that water there? Blessed Jesus made me understand that all this was the result of his will which, with such kindness, had operated in me. The water he drew corresponded to the words and teachings on his adorable will that he had placed in my heart as in deposit, from which he drew to water the church so that it would be filled with it. He said to me, "My daughter, I did this in my incarnation. First of all, I have deposited in my dear mother all the goods necessary for me to descend from heaven to earth. Then I incarnated, depositing in it my own life. From my mother, this deposit spread like everyone's life. The same will happen to my will. I must begin by depositing the goods, effects, wonders and knowledge contained in my will. After depositing these things in you, they will make their way and give themselves to other creatures. Everything is ready, the deposit is almost complete. All that remains is to circulate these things so that they are not without fruit. I immersed myself in the holy divine will. My sweet Jesus came and said to me, "My daughter, every time the soul enters into my will to pray, act or otherwise, it receives in abundance its divine colors, some more beautiful than the others. Don't you see all the colors and beauties that are found in nature? They are shadows of those found in my divinity. But, where do plants and flowers get such a variety of colors from? Who was mandated to paint them? In the sun. Its light and warmth contain the fecundity and variety of colors capable of beautifying the whole earth. It is enough simply that the plants expose themselves, the kisses of his light, to the embraces of its warmth so that their flowers open. And, as if they were returning his kisses and hugs, he receives from them all the colors forming his beautiful complexion. The soul that enters my will is like the flower that exposes itself to the kisses and embraces of the sun. In order to receive the various colors of the eternal sun, the soul exposes itself to its rays. It thus becomes a celestial flower that the eternal sun has colored by the breath of its light, to the point to perfume and beautify heaven and earth and to delight the whole celestial court and the divinity itself. The rays of my will empty the soul of what is human and fill it with what is divine. Thus, one can see in it the splendid rainbow of my attributes. Therefore, my daughter, often enters into my will in order to become more and more like your Creator. I felt very distressed because today my son Jesus had not risen on my poor soul. O God! What a pain it is to spend a day without my son, continuously in the night. While I was thus pierced in my soul, I consoled myself by looking at the starry sky and I said to myself, How is it that my sweet Jesus no longer remembers anything? I do not know how the goodness of his heart can bear not to let the sun of his kind presence rise in me, after telling me that he would be unable not to come to his little girl. Since the little ones cannot be very long without their father. Their needs are so numerous that the father is forced to be with them, to keep them and to feed them. Ah! Does he not remember taking me out of my body, up there, even beyond the vault of heaven, in the middle of the celestial spheres, where we walked together as I printed my I love you in every star, in every sphere? Ah! It seems to me to see in each star my I love you and hear their glittering halos resonate with my Jesus, I love you. But he does not listen to them, he does not come. He does not let his sun rise which, eclipsing all the stars equipped with my I love you, would absorb them so that they would become one with him. Thus, rising again in the middle of the celestial spheres, I could print new Jesus, I love you. O stars, please shout my I love you so that, touched, Jesus returns to his little daughter, his little exile. O Jesus, come, give me the hand, let me enter into your divine will so that I can fill the atmosphere, the azure of the heavens, the light of the sun, the air, the sea, and all the things of my I love you and my kisses. So that, wherever you are, if you look, you can see my I love you and feel my kisses. If you listen, you can hear my I love you and the sound of my kisses. If you breathe, you may breathe my anguished kisses. If you work, you feel my I love you flowing into your hands. If you walk, you can put your feet on my I love you and hear the sound of my kisses. May my I love you be a chain that binds me to you and let my kisses be the powerful magnet that, whether you like it or not, forces you to come to the one who cannot live without you. Who could say all the nonsense I said that way? As I entertained these thoughts, my adorable Jesus came. He showed me his open heart and, full of goodness, he said to me, "My daughter, place your head on my heart and rest, for you are very tired. Afterwards, we will take a walk so that I will show you my I love you inscribed for you in all creation." So I embraced Jesus and then placed my head on his heart to rest as I felt the extreme need. After, while I continued to be out of my body and riveted to his heart, he added, "My daughter, you who are the firstborn daughter of my supreme will, I want to make you known. How, on its wings, all creation brings my I love you to creatures. How, on these same wings, the creatures should give me the reply with their own I love you. See the azure sky. There is not a single point in this sky where my I love you for creatures are not printed. Each star with its sparkling crown sports an I love you. Each ray of sunshine bringing light to the earth. Every bit of this light bears an I love you. While sunlight covers the earth. And let man look at this earth and walk on it. My I love you reach his eyes, his mouth, his hands, and stretch out under his feet. The waves of the ocean whisper to man I love you, I love you. I love you. All the drops of water are as many notes that, whispering together, form the most beautiful harmonies of my infinite I love you. Plants, leaves, flowers, fruits, have my I love you printed in them. Thus, the whole creation bring to man my constantly repeated I love you. And man himself. How many of my I love you does he not carry in his whole being? His thoughts are sealed by my I love you. His heart, which pulsates in his chest with this mysterious tick, 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 repeats to him incessantly, I love you, I love you, I love you. His words are accompanied by my I love you. His movements, his steps, and everything else are marked with the I love you of their Creator. However, in the midst of such an overflow of my I love you, man is unable to come out of himself to respond to my love. What ingratitude and how much my love is wounded. Therefore, my daughter, I have chosen you as the daughter of my will so that you can faithfully defend the rights of your father. My love absolutely wants a return of love from the creatures. In my will, you will find all my I love you. You will print yours in each of mine, for yourself and for all. Oh! How I will be glad to see the love of creatures merge with mine. I put my will at your disposal so that at least one creature, defending the rights of my love, pays me back for this love that I have placed in all creation. I was totally merging into God's holy will. Covering me with a supreme light, my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, if my divine will had not let my human will enter into her, my humanity, holy and pure as it was, could not have carried out the redemption completely. My human will would not have had the universal vision of God. Therefore, she would have been unable to see all beings. She would not have had the immensity of God and would have been unable to embrace everything. She would not have had the omnipotence of God and would have been unable to save all creatures. She would have been deprived of divine eternity and would have been unable to bring everything together in one point and remedy everything. Thus, the first role in the redemption went to my divine will and the second to my humanity. To achieve redemption, I had to open the doors of my divine will to my humanity, doors that the first man had closed. And leaving the field open to my humanity, I let it perform the redemption within my divine will. Since that time, no one else had entered into my divine will to be able to operate as the owner, in complete freedom, by having all the power and all the goods it contains. My will is to me what the soul is to the body. If fulfilling my will was a great grace for the saints as it entered them as if by reflection, what would it have been like if not only had they received her reflection, but if they had entered into her and enjoyed all her fullness? If, in order to carry out the redemption, it was necessary, may my humanity and my human will have access to my divine will. The same applies at present for the realization of Thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Must that I open again the doors of my divine will, that I let another creature enter it, and that, leaving him the field free, I allow him, in all its actions, from the largest to the smallest, to act in the universal vision, the immensity and the power of my will. If you enter it and place there your thoughts, your words, your work, your steps, your reparations, your sorrows, your love and your thanksgiving, the Supreme will monetize all these acts and mark them with the divine image. It will confer on them the value of divine acts which, being infinite, can act for all, reach all, and have such an impact on the divinity. For the divine will to descend upon the earth with all its possessions. This will happen as for metal coins, gold, silver or other. As long as the image of the king is not stamped on it, they have no monetary value. But, as soon as they are marked with the effigy of the king, they acquire a monetary value and can circulate throughout the kingdom. There is no city, village, or important square that does not enjoy their prestige as a currency. No creature can live without them. Whether their metal is precious or vile, it does not matter, as long as the image of the king is printed on it. They circulate throughout the kingdom, have supremacy over everything and are loved and respected by all. In the same way, all the acts that the soul does in my will, since they are marked by the divine image, circulate in heaven and on earth, have supremacy over everything, give themselves to anyone who wants them, and there is no place that does not enjoy their beneficial effects. While Jesus was saying this, we prayed together and he brought my intelligence into his divine will. Together, we offered the Supreme Majesty tributes, glory, submission, and the worship of all created intelligences. In contact with the divine will, a divine image was imprinted on these tributes and acts of worship that spread to all created intelligences. As so many messengers of the divine will in creation, my sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, have you seen? It was only in my will that all this could happen. Therefore, continues to bring into it all your looks, your work, your heart and everything else, and you will see surprising things." After spending more than 3 hours in the divine will doing what Jesus asked of me, I came back into my body. But who could say it all? My poor intelligence is incapable of it. Jesus willing, I will continue to talk about these things later. For now, I'm stopping. I immersed myself in the holy divine will. Hugging me, my sweet Jesus prayed with me. Then he said to me, "Human will has covered the atmosphere with clouds, in such a way that a thick darkness rages on all creatures. Thus, almost all of them are groping. Every human action done outside the divine will increases this darkness and makes man more blind. Because, for the human will, the sun is the divine will. Without it, there is no light for the creature. On the other hand, whoever acts in my will rises above this darkness. It sends rays of light to the earth. He thus shakes those who live at the low level of their own will and prepares them to receive the sun of the divine will. That's why I desire so much. Let you live in my will. That you prepare a sky of light, which will continually send rays of light to the earth, will manage to scatter this sky of darkness formed by the human will. Then, by possessing the light of my will, men will love it. And the divine will be able to reign on earth." 1. I felt oppressed by the deprivation of my sweet Jesus and I begged him not to delay his return to my poor soul because I couldn't take it any more. To my surprise, I saw him on my neck, surrounding me with his arms, his face touching mine, with the light he wanted to infuse into my mind. I was drawn to him and fucked him, but I pushed back this light, telling myself, I don't care about learning things. All I want is to save my soul and only Jesus can save me, everything else is nothing. But when Jesus touched my forehead, I couldn't resist any more, and the light came into me. He said to me, "My daughter, the one who has been called to perform a function must know its secrets, its importance, its duties, its foundations, and all that concerns it." A simple creature broke the relationship that existed between the divine will and the creatures. This cut thwarted God's plan for man. However, another simple creature, the Virgin Mary, Queen of all, blessed with many graces and privileges, but still a creature, had the mission to relate to the will of her Creator in order to repair the rupture perpetrated by the first creature. The first was a woman and the second was also a woman. She was the one who, linking her will to ours, gave us back honor, submission, and respect for the rights of the Creator. Only one creature had brought evil to the earth and sown the ruin of all generations. Only one other creature brought the good back to earth. And putting himself in touch with the will of his Creator, it formed the seed of the eternal Fiat that would bring salvation, holiness, and well-being for all. As this celestial creature grew, so was the seed of the Fiat in it, and when that seed became a tree, the eternal Word was conceived in his virginal womb where the eternal will reigned as sovereign king. Do you see how? All goods come from the divine will and all evils manifested themselves when the creature withdrew from this divine will? If I hadn't found a creature whose life was my will and who has united with me, I would not have wanted or been able to descend from heaven to clothe human flesh for the purpose of saving man. Thus, my mother was the seed of "Thy will be done on earth as in heaven." As one creature had destroyed the kingdom of God's will on earth, it was right for another creature to restore it. From the seed of my will that was in my divine mother, my humanity, which never separated from my divinity, formed the great project of the human will in the divine will. By my human will united with my divine will, all my human acts were related to the divine will. By the divine will, I was aware of all the acts of all generations. With my human will, I repaired them and attached them to the eternal will. No act could escape me. All were put in order by me in the very pure light of the supreme will. I can say that the redemption cost me relatively little. My external life, the sufferings of my passion, my examples and my words would have been enough and everything could have been done quickly. But to realize the great project of the human will melted into the divine will, to repair all the meshes broken by the human will, I had to involve all my interior, all my hidden life, all my intimate sufferings, which were far more numerous and intense than my external sufferings and are not yet known. I didn't just implore for the remission of sins. the salvation and protection of human life, as I did through my passion. But it was the renewal of the whole interior of man. I had to raise the sun of the eternal will which, joining with power the whole interior of man, even his most intimate fibers, was going to lead him into the womb of my heavenly Father, would revive him in his eternal will. Oh! How much easier it was for me to implore for man's salvation than to remake his interior in my divine will. And if I hadn't done that, redemption would not have been complete, would not have been a work worthy of a God. I would not have nor renewed all parts of man, nor restored in him the holiness he had lost by breaking his relationship with the divine will. The project is already completed. But before making it known, it is first necessary for man to know that, through my life and passion, he can obtain forgiveness and salvation. This disposes him to learn later how I implored for him the greatest and most important thing, the return of his will in mine, so that its nobility is regained, that the bridges between his will and mine be redone, and that the bridges between his will and mine be redone, and that it thus returns to its original state. My daughter, my eternal wisdom had decreed that a heavenly creature, the holiest of all, was to be at the origin of the new elevation of man in my divine will. Now, by means of another creature, which I want to bring into the eternal abodes of my will, by linking his will to mine, uniting it with all my actions, by bringing one's interior back into the sun of my eternal will, I want to open the field of this project to generations, so that anyone who wants to can access it. And if, until now, the creatures have been able to enjoy the goods of the redemption, they will henceforth be able to go further and enjoy the fruits of your will be done on earth as in heaven, to regain that lost happiness, that nobility and that heavenly peace which, by doing his will, man has made disappear from the face of the earth. This is the greatest grace I can give to man. For, bringing it back into my will, I give him back all the goods I had provided in creating it. Be careful, therefore, for it is a question of opening a great domain of goods for all your brothers. I thought to myself, why does blessed Jesus love so much that his will is done? What glory can he derive from a poor and miserable creature who abandons his will in the high, holy, and adorable will of Jesus? While I entertained such thoughts, my kind Jesus said to me with great tenderness, "My daughter, do you want to know? My love and goodness are so great that, whenever a creature acts according to my will, I give it a lot. And, so that I can always give her much, I like her to do my will. Therefore, the real reason why I desire the creature to fulfill my will is for it to provide me with the means to give it unceasingly. My love never wants to be at rest. He always wants to run, fly towards the creature. And to do what? To give. When the creature does my will, it approaches me and I of it. I give and she takes. On the other hand, if it does not fulfill my will, it keeps a distance from me and becomes as a stranger to me. Thus, she cannot seize what I would like to give her. If I gave her anyway, it would be harmful and indigestible to her, because her palate was unrefined and contaminated by her human will, would not allow him to enjoy and appreciate divine gifts. My desire is to give it to him constantly. The creatures who fulfill my will increase my glory. It is a glory that descends from heaven and returns directly to the foot of my throne, multiplied by the divine will found in the creature. On the other hand, the glory, if there is one that those who do not fulfill my will could give me, would be a glory alien to me, a glory that could reach the point of disgusting me. When the creature practices to do my will, I give him mine, which confers on his works my holiness, my power, my wisdom, the beauty of my works, an incalculable value. I can say that these are the fruits of my domain, works of my heavenly kingdom, the glory of my legitimate children. How the creature who puts all his energy into accomplishing my will, would I not like it? How could I not feel the delightful power of my supreme will in its works? Oh! If the creatures knew the good of all this, They would no longer allow themselves to be disappointed by their own will. I thought to myself, my good Jesus says admirable things about his will, for example, that there is nothing greater, higher, holier than to live in his will. If so, how many admirable and sensational things I should accomplish, even externally. However, I don't see anything graceful or striking in me. On the contrary, I feel the most abject person, who does not know how to do anything good compared to the saints who did so much good, so many sensational things, so many miracles. And he says that life in his will leaves all the saints behind. As these thoughts passed through my mind, my Jesus moved within me, and in his usual light he said to me, my daughter, when a holiness is individual, for a given time and place, it manifests outwardly more wonders, so as to bring the people of the time and place to better enjoy the graces and goods emanating from this holiness. On the other hand, the holiness of life in my will is not individual holiness, dedicated to doing good, in a certain place, to a certain people and at a certain time. Rather, she is a holiness who must do good to all people of all places and all times. She is a holiness immersed in the eternal sun of my will which, encompassing everything, is light without words, fire without wood, a holiness without clamors, without smoke. Despite this, this holiness continues to be the most majestic, the most beautiful and the most fruitful. Its light is purer, its heat more intense. The best image of this holiness is the sun that illuminates our horizon. It illuminates everything, but without clamor. He is light, but does not speak. He doesn't say anything to anyone. The good he does, the seed it fertilizes, the life it gives to all plants, as well as its way of purifying polluted air by destroying everything that can be dangerous for humans. It's so quiet that even if people have it with them, they don't pay any attention to it. However, it never ceases to be beautiful and majestic and to continue to do good to all. Moreover, if he were not there, everyone would be dismayed because the great miracle of fertility and the preservation of nature would be lacking. The holiness of life in my will is more than the sun. The righteous and totally ordained soul in my will is more than an army in battle rank. His intelligence is ordered and attached to the eternal intelligence. His heartbeat, his affections, his desires are marked by eternal bonds. His thoughts, his will and all his interior form an army of messengers filling heaven and earth and are eloquent voices and weapons taking the defense of all creatures and, first and foremost, of their God. They do good to all and form a true heavenly and divine militia, constantly at the disposal of the Supreme Majesty and always in a position to obey his orders. Consider my mother, she is the perfect example of life in my will. His interior was totally immersed in the eternal sun of the Supreme Will. To be the Queen of the holiness of saints and the mother of all creatures, in whose favor she was to bear my life and, therefore, all property. It was as if hidden inside all, bringing them my possessions without being recognized. More than the silent sun. It brought light without words, fire without clamors, good without displaying itself. No good came without her. No miracle has been performed without going through it. Living in my will, she remained hidden there. It was and still is at the origin of everyone's property. She was so delighted in God, so fixed in the divine will, that her whole interior was swimming in the sea of this eternal will. She knew the interior of all creatures and placed her own interior in it in order to reorganize everything in God. It was precisely the interior of man, more than his exterior, that needed to be redone and reordered. Thus, since most of her work must be done within man, it seems that she might not have been concerned with the outer part. However, she became concerned, both external and internal goods. It seemed outwardly that she was not accomplishing anything great and sensational. More than the sun, it went unnoticed and hidden in the clouds of the light of the divine will. Thus, the saints apparently did more sensational things than my own mother. However, what are the greatest saints compared to her? They are just small stars compared to the big sun. If they are bright, it is because of the sun. Even though she didn't do sensational things at first glance, she kept being beautiful and majestic. She hovered over the earth, all stretched out towards the eternal will that, with love and intensity, she delighted, so as to bring her down from heaven to earth. This will that the human family had so brutally exiled out of the earth. His interior was totally ordained in the divine will. Everything she did, her thoughts, her heartbeat, her breaths, were charming bonds drawing the eternal word to earth. And she won her bet by doing the greatest miracle that no one else could perform. This is what you must do, my daughter. Charm me to come to attach myself so firmly to your interior, all reordered in the divine will. May this will descend from heaven to earth, in order to be known and to reign there as she reigns in heaven. Don't worry about anything else. The one who has to do the major part does not need to do the minor. The door is open to others to accomplish the minor part, so that everything is accomplished. I know what is needed, what are the time and place to make known my great works, sometimes with external wonders. As for you, always continue your flight in my will, filling heaven and earth, charming me so much that I cannot resist performing the greatest of miracles, that of the kingdom of my will in creatures. I was very distressed because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. Even though I called him with all my might, he did not deign to come to his poor little exile. Oh! How heavy is my exile! My poor heart was dying of sorrow because the one who is his life did not come. While I was languishing like this, my confessor came, and at that very moment Jesus stirred in my interior. Pressing my heart hard, he made himself visible. I said to him, "My Jesus, couldn't you have come sooner? Now I am forced to obey. Please come back when I receive you in Holy Communion. Then we will be alone and free to be together." Taking a dignified and frank attitude, he said to me, "My daughter, do you want me to break the order of my wisdom and take away from my church the authority I have bestowed upon her?" In saying this, he shared his sufferings with me. A little later, I said to him, "Tell me, my love, why don't you come and make me wait to the point that I lose hope that you will come back and my soul will struggle between life and death?" Full of kindness, Jesus answered me, "My daughter, having made you the owner of my will, I want not only to possess it, but let you know how to cultivate and multiply it. Thus, your sufferings, your vigilance, your patience, and even your deprivation of me, will serve to protect and expand its boundaries in your soul. It is not enough to own, you also need to know how to do it. What would be the use of a man to own a field, if he did not bother to sow and cultivate it, and then reap the fruits of his labor? Even if he is the owner of his field, if he does not work it, he will have nothing to feed himself. Thus, it is not possessing that makes man rich and happy, but knowing how to cultivate well what he possesses. It is the same about my graces, my gifts, and especially my will, which I have placed in you as a queen. It demands that you nourish it with your sufferings and actions. It requests that, fully subject to it, you grant him in all things the honors due to him as queen. Through all that you do and suffer, it gives you what you need to nourish your soul. Thus, you on one side and I on the other, we enlarge in you the boundaries of my supreme will. I was experiencing great bitterness because of the deprivation of my adorable Jesus. Even worse, he let himself be seen briefly like lightning, dragged me out of my body and disappeared immediately, forcing me to see tragic things and rumors of war. It was as if we had wanted to involve Italy. Heads of state contacted others and offered them sums of money to engage in the war. On a day when I was suffering especially, Jesus told me that, since January, he made me suffer so that the nations who, wanting to go to war, wanted to train others with them, offering them sums of money to attract them. What suffering it was for me! To have to leave my body to see people suffer in a new war organized, and not to have my Jesus with me to speak to him and implore his mercy for unfortunate humanity, even at the cost of suffering. I spent several days in this state and my heart couldn't take it any more. I not only felt the pain of being deprived of Jesus almost all the time, but I was experiencing another suffering, a suffering so great that I feel unable to describe it. Then he was seen briefly and, unable to take it any more, he clenched on my heart to seek refuge and rest. I hugged him on me and said, "My life, Jesus, tell me. How did I offend you so that you would not come? And what is this suffering that adds to that of the deprivation of you and that lacerates me so terribly?" In a distressed tone, he replied, "My daughter, did you really want to offend me so that I would walk away from you?" I said, "No, my Jesus, I would rather die than offend you." He continued, "Good. A girl who has always been with her father must be attentive to know his secrets and his ways of acting. I've been with you for so long and you still don't understand the reasons why I'm moving away from you? Yet you perceived them when I came to you for a flash, took you out of your body, and left you alone to wander the earth. How many tragic things have you not seen, at the top of which are the wars that nations are preparing? Last year, in standing against Germany, the France rang a first bell. Italy, in standing up against Greece, rang a second bell. Another nation will ring a third bell by organizing the war. What perfidy, what obstinacy! Thus, unable to endure such obstinacy, my justice forces me to move away from you in order to be free to act. As for the suffering you feel in your heart, and which is added to that of being deprived of me, it is nothing but suffering q. I am causing humanity by its separation from me. What you are experiencing is the horrible suffering that my heart is undergoing because of this separation. Because of the connections you have with me. You remain linked to the whole human family and you are forced to feel this suffering caused to me by human generations by being separated from me by their horrible sins. Courage, do not lose heart, let me give course to my justice. After that, I will be with you again and we will pray and weep together on the fate of poor humanity. We will stop wandering the earth and return to God. I was petrified with pain because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. It even seemed to me that his apparitions, lightning or like shadows, were diminishing, manifestations. Who were my only support in my torment and which, like small drops of dew, supported the poor little plant of my soul parched by its absence, giving it a vein of life that prevented it from dying. I was, however, resigned to his will. I tried my best to continue my inner acts, as in the time when I flew in his company in his most holy will. But, oh! As I did with difficulty, without being able to reach everyone to present offerings to my God on behalf of all. I told him, "My Jesus, in your will, I unite my thoughts with yours as your thoughts circulate in all created intelligences. I want every thought of creatures to draw from your thoughts the love found in your mind. In such a way as to place every thought of creatures in the flight of love. That this flight reaches heaven to the throne of the Supreme Majesty. Mingling with eternal love. Bring down the love of the Most Holy Trinity on earth, on all creatures." As I was doing this prayer and others like it, my adorable Jesus moved within me and he said to me with a sigh, "My daughter, you cannot be without me. And, even less, may I be without you. All you feel in your heart is me. Your ardent desires, your sighs. The martyrdom you live because of the deprivation of me, all this is me. These are my heartbeats. Who reverberate in you. Who make you share my suffering and which make me disappear in your eyes. However, when my love can no longer take it, surpassing my righteousness, he forces me to manifest myself again to you." In saying this, he made himself visible. Oh! How I felt reborn! He added, "My daughter, you have given me a dwelling place on earth within you. At the same time, I keep you in heaven, in my heart. The divinity delights with the little girl of the supreme will, having her with her in heaven. As we have our little daughter in heaven and on earth, it is no longer necessary for us to destroy the earth. As justice would like and as creatures deserve. At most, cities will disappear. The earth will open in several places by making disappear places and people. Wars will decimate the creatures. But, for the sake of our little girl, to whom we have given the mission to make our will live on earth, we will not destroy this earth. So arm yourself with courage and do not despair too much during my absence. Know that I can't be very long before I come back to you. And you never cease to love me. First for yourself and also for all our dear brothers. In fact, do you want to know why Adam sinned? It is because he forgot that I loved him and he forgot to love me. This was the primary cause of his downfall. If he had thought that I loved him very much and that he had a duty to love me, he would never have decided to disobey me. Love ceased first, and then sin came. As Adam ceased to love his God, true love for himself also ceased. Its members and powers rebelled against him. He lost his dominion, the order disappeared, and he became frightened. True love for other creatures also ceased. While I had created it with the same love that he who reigns among the divine persons, the love by which one is the image of the other, his happiness, his joy and his life. That is why, when I came to earth, the thing I placed most importance on was that they love each other as they were loved by me, in such a way as to let the love of the Most Holy Trinity hover over the earth. In all your sufferings and privations, never forget that I love you very much, so as never to forget to love me. Moreover, as a daughter of our will, you have the task of loving me for all. Thus, you will remain in order and will not be afraid of anything. Je ressentais des craintes. Kcenatate put être pas monde adorable Jesus qui me parlait en me manifestant tant de sublimes vérités, spécialement sur la divine volonté. Mais kcenatate plutôt le démon qui cherchait à me tromper en m'amenant très haut pour ensuite me précipiter dans l'abîme. I said, my Jesus, free me from the hands of the enemy. I want to know nothing but to save my soul. Moving in me, blessed Jesus said to me, my daughter, why are you afraid? Don't you know that the thing the infernal serpent knows least about me is my will? In fact, he did not want to accomplish it and, as a result, he did not know or love her. Even less, he penetrated his secrets to know all their effects and value. And since he doesn't know her, how can he talk about it? What he abhors most is that the creature does my will. He doesn't care that the soul pray, go to confession, receives communion, do penance or do miracles. By his rebellion against my will, hell was created in him, hence his unhappy state and the rage that consumes him. Thus, my will is hell for him. And, every time he sees a soul subject to my will, to know its qualities, value, and holiness, he feels his hell redouble. For he sees the paradise, happiness, and peace that he has lost being created in this soul. The more my will is known, the more tormented and furious he becomes. Also, how can he tell you about my will, she who forms his hell? If he tells you about her, his words want to form hell in you. For he knows my will only to hate it and not to love it. What is hated can bring neither happiness nor peace. His word being devoid of graces, how could he communicate the grace to do my will? I was reflecting on how everything revolves around the sun, the earth, ourselves, the sea, the plants, everything. And because we gravitate around the sun, we are enlightened by him and receive his warmth. Thus, the sun radiates its burning rays on us and us, with all creation. By gravitating around the sun, we enjoy its light and receive some of its benefits. How many beings do not gravitate around the divine sun? All do it, all angels, saints, men, all created things, including the Queen Mother who holds the first rank by absorbing as much as possible the rays of the eternal Sunday. While I was thinking like this, my divine Jesus moved within me. And, Clutching me for him, he said to me, "My daughter, this was the precise purpose for which I created man. That he always gravitates around me and that I, his son, placed at the center of his revolutions, I radiate it. Of my light. Of my love. Of my likeness and of my happiness. At each of his revolutions around me, I wanted to give him ever new contentments, ever new beauties and ever more burning arrows. Before man sins, the divinity was not hidden from him. Because, by gravitating around me, he was my reflection and, thus, it was a small light. It was natural that, while I was the great sun, its little light should be nourished by my light. However, as soon as he sinned, he stopped gravitating around me. And, consequently, its little light darkens. He became blind and lost his ability to see my divinity in his mortal flesh as far as is possible for a creature. Subsequently, by coming to redeem man, I have married his mortal flesh in order to let me be seen by him. Not only because he had sinned in his flesh and in this flesh I was going to atone for, but also because he could no longer see my divinity in his flesh. This is so true that my divinity, who inhabited my humanity, could only release for him a few rays of my divinity. Thus we see what great evil sin is. He brought the man to stop gravitating around his creator, to thwart the purpose of its creation and to change light into darkness and beauty into ugliness. Sin is such a great evil that, despite my redemption, I have not been able to restore to man the ability to see the divinity in his mortal flesh. This will only be possible when, defeated and pulverized by death, he will arrive on the day of judgment. What would happen if creation stopped gravitating around the sun? Everything would be upside down. Everything would lose its light, harmony, and beauty. One would hurt the other. And even if the sun remained present, it would be like death for creation because it would no longer gravitate around it. Because of the original fault, man ceased to gravitate around his creator and, as a result, lost the order in which he lived, his dominion over himself, its light. Whenever he sins, not only does he not gravitate around his God, but he ceases to gravitate around the goods of the redemption which, like a new sun, are there to grant him forgiveness and salvation. Do you know who is the one who never stops gravitating around me? The one who fulfills my will and lives in it. He is still running. It never stops and it receives all the radiance of my humanity as well as certain glimmers of my divinity. I was filled with bitterness because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. Everything seemed over for me. I had almost no hope that he would return to his poor little exile. My heart sank in pain at the thought that I would never see again the one who, having shared his life with me, was my true life. Now my life had separated from me, my Jesus, with what brutality you killed me. Without you, I feel the sufferings of hell. While I die, I am forced to live. While I was in such a terrible state, my ever-kind Jesus moved within me and, taking out an arm, hugged me to bring me back to life. He said to me, "My daughter, my will wanted to clarify things with you, taking into account that all my attributes are put to use in my works. When future generations see all that I have poured into you and, dazzled, they will say, how could she not do all this after all that she has received? My righteousness will show them what she made you suffer and say to them, I put her through the fire of my righteousness and found her faithful. This allowed my love to continue its course. What helped in the first place to justify you is my love. How many tests has he not put you through in order to be sure of your love? Secondly, it was the cross that severely tested you, to the point that my will, guided by my love and by the cross, descended into you and made you live in it. My will, jealous, did not want to be left behind with my love and the cross. So she withdrew to see if you would continue to fly in my will without me. Hearing this, I said to him, Ah! How could I have continued without you? I lacked light. And even if I had started, I couldn't finish. Because the one who, making everything present in me and wanting me to do everything for all by making me embrace all the links between the Creator and creation, was not with me. My mind was swimming in the void without seeing anyone. How, then, could I have achieved the goal? Jesus continued. You had started and your pain of being unable to finish did the rest. It takes courage and fidelity. With a few trials we are more and more assured. Even my mother queen was not spared. Would you have wanted to be spared? A little later, he returned. By being seen in me in the middle of a circle and by inviting souls to walk on this circle, I joined the others in order to always continue on this circle. My kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, this circle represents my eternal will that embraces the Ferris wheel of eternity. Everything inside is nothing but what my humanity did in the divine will, for the purpose of interceding so that my will may be done on earth as in heaven. Everything is prepared, there is nothing left to do except to open the doors and to make known my will, so that souls may take possession of it. When I came to earth to redeem man, it was said of me that I was going to be the salvation and ruin of many. The same can be said now. My will be, or the source of great holiness, because my will is of absolute holiness, or the ruin of many. As the soul advances on this circle, it is necessary that she always looks inward, never outward. Because in its interior there is light, knowledge, my strength, my acts, as well as help, attraction, and life. In such a way that the soul can welcome the life of my will in it. Outside, there is none of that. The soul finds darkness and falls into the abyss. Therefore, be careful. Keep your gaze always fixed on my will, and you will find in it the fullness of the grace to live in her. I felt devastated by the suffering of Jesus' deprivation and had the sad thought that he would not return. Oh! How painful it was for me to think that I would never see again the one who is all my life, my joy, and my good. As I entertained these painful thoughts, my sweet Jesus moved within me and said to me, my daughter, how could I leave you? Since my will is imprisoned in your soul, where it gives life to all your actions and where does she place her life as in her center? This is how his life is in a place on earth. Ah! If my life were not there on earth, my righteousness would pour out with such fury that it would annihilate it. Hearing these words, I said to him, my Jesus, your will is everywhere and you say that it is imprisoned in me. He said, it is indeed everywhere. By its immensity, by its omnipresence, by its power. Like a queen, she submits to everything, leaving no one to escape her empire. But, as a life in which creatures immerse their lives to form the life of the divine will on earth, this does not exist. For those who do not fulfill my will, it is as if my will does not exist. It's as if a person had water in his room but did not want to drink it. Or that she had a heat source but did not want to approach it to warm up. Or that she had bread at her disposal but did not want to eat it. Not using these elements at her disposal to sustain her life, she could die of thirst, cold, and hunger. If she used it only rarely, she would be weak and sick. If she used it every day, she would be healthy and robust. When you own a good, you have to know how to use it and use it in the right way, that is how it can be profited from. This is the case with regard to my will. For it to become the life of a soul, it must make its own will disappear by immersing it in mine. His will must no longer exist. My will, as a first act, must take possession of all his acts and give himself to her. Either as water to quench his thirst with his heavenly and divine water. Either as a fire, not only to warm it, but to destroy what is human in it and replace it with the life of my will. Either as food, to nourish it and make it robust and perfectly healthy. Oh! How difficult it is to find a creature who is willing to renounce all his rights to grant only my will the right to reign in it. Almost all of them want to keep something of their own free will. Because my will does not reign completely in them, it cannot form her life in them. The pain of the deprivation of my Jesus was deepening in my poor heart. How long my nights were without him, they seemed to me like eternal nights without stars and without sun. The only thing I had left was his kind will, in which I surrendered and found my rest. Ah! Jesus, Jesus, come into my tormented heart, for I cannot live without you. As I swam in the sea of suffering caused by the deprivation of my Jesus, he moved within me and, taking my hands in his, he pressed them firmly on his heart, telling me, "My daughter, in order for my will to descend to earth, it is necessary for your will to rise to heaven. And in order for it to rise to heaven and live in the heavenly fatherland, it is necessary that it be emptied of all that is human, of all that is not holy, pure and honest. No soul enters heaven to live in communion with us if it is not deified and completely transformed into us. For its part, my divine will cannot descend to the earth and bring its life to it as in its own center, if it does not find in it a human will emptied of everything, to be able to fill it with all its goods. This human will is then nothing but a very thin veil, used to hide me, as a consecrated host in which I deposit my life. I do in her all the good I want, I pray, I suffer, I delight. And the host does not oppose, it leaves me free. His role is to be at my disposal, to keep me hidden and to preserve my sacramental life in silence. This is the point where you and I are. Your will coming to heaven and mine descending to earth. Your will must no longer have its own life, no longer have a reason to exist. So it was for my humanity. Although I had a human will, she was all silent and all doomed to give life to my divine will. She did not decide anything by herself, not even for my breathing, it was also taken care of by my divine will. That's why the eternal will reigned over my earthly humanity as it does in heaven. She lived her earthly life in her. And my human will, totally sacrificed to the divine will, implored that, in due course, the divine will would descend to earth to live among creatures exactly as it does in heaven. Don't you want my will to have the first place on earth? As he spoke, I felt like I was in heaven and there, as if from one point, I could see all the generations. I prostrated myself before the Supreme Majesty. I took the love shared by the divine persons as well as the holiness of their will and offered them to them in the name of all creatures, as a return of love and submission that they must give to their Creator. I wanted to unite heaven with earth, the Creator with the creature, so that they can exchange the kiss of the union of their wills. My Jesus added, "This is your job. Live in us. Appropriate all that belongs to us and to give it to us in the name of your brothers, so that, attracted to what is ours, we can be linked to human generations and give them the supreme kiss again of the union of their wills with ours, as it was at the time of creation." I felt all annihilated internally. My deprivation of him plunged me into the deepest humiliation. Without Jesus, I felt the inside of my soul devastated. All the good in me seemed to decline and die. My Jesus, how painful it is for me to be deprived of you. Oh! How my heart bleeds to see that everything is dying in me because he who is life and who is the only one who can give life is not with me. While I felt in this state, my most gentle Jesus came out of my interior and, placing his hands on my heart and pressing it firmly, he said to me, "My daughter, why do you grieve so much? Surrender to me and let me do it. When it seems to you that everything in you declines and dies, your Jesus will revive everything, but more beautiful and fruitful. The soul is the field in which I work, sow, and harvest. And my favorite field is the soul that lives in my will. In this field, my work is very pleasant. I don't become all covered in mud when I sow. For my will has transformed this field into a field of light. His land is virgin, pure and heavenly. And I have a lot of fun sowing small lights, a bit like a dew that forms the sun of my will. Oh! How beautiful it is to see this field all covered with drops of light, which, as they grow gradually, will form several suns. The spectacle of this is enchanting. All heaven is charmed by it. All are attentive to watch the celestial farmer cultivate this field. With so much expertise. With a seed so noble that it will be converted into sons. My daughter, this field is mine and I do with it what I want. When the sons are formed, I pick them and bring them to heaven as the most beautiful conquests of my will. Then I get back to work in this field, turning everything upside down. Then the little girl of my will feels that everything ends, that everything dies in her. Instead of the suns so resplendent with light, she sees only the drops of light that I am sowing and she thinks that everything is perishing. As it is wrong, it is the new harvest that is being prepared. And as I want to make it even more beautiful than the previous one, I sow more abundantly so that I can double my harvest. At first glance, the work seems more difficult and the soul suffers more. But this suffering comes from the spade blows by which the seed will sink deeper into the earth and germinate more securely for more fecundity and beauty. Don't you understand that after suffering the harvest, a field seems devastated and poor? However, after being seeded again, it becomes more flowery than before. Therefore, let me do it. By living in my will, you will always be at work with me. We will sow the small drops of light together. We will be competing to see who of us sows the most. Thus, we will have fun. Sometimes by sowing, sometimes by resting, but always together. I know what your greatest fear is, that I will leave you. No, I'm not leaving you. He who lives in my will is inseparable from me. I said to him, my Jesus, in the past, you used to tell me that when you didn't come, it was because you wanted to chastise the people. But now it's not for this reason that you don't come, but for other reasons. Jesus continued with a sigh, they will come the punishments, they will come. Ah! If you knew. Having said that, he disappeared. I still live embittered, my heart petrified with pain by the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. I feel lifeless because the one who is true life is not with me. I often say, tell me, O my God most high and unique, where have you directed your? Not so that, by following them, I can find you? Ah! From a distance, I kiss your hands which, with so much love, hugged me and pressed me on your heart. I adore and fuck that face which, with such grace and beauty, showed itself to me, although now it hides away from me. Tell me, where are you? What path do I have to take to find you? What must I do? How did I offend you that you fled away from me? You told me you would never leave me, but you left me anyway. Ah! Jesus, return to the one who cannot live without you, to your little girl, to the little exile. Who could say all the lamentations and nonsense I have said in this way? Feeling me about to faint, I saw a dove on fire and very suffering and, near her, someone who, of his burning breath, fed her with her flames and prevented him from taking any other food. He held her tightly and stood so close to her mouth that she could do nothing but breathe and swallow her flames. The poor dove suffered martyrdom. She was transformed into those flames from which she was fed. I was surprised to see this show. Moving within me, my sweet Jesus said to me, my daughter, why are you afraid that I will leave you? To leave you, I would have to leave myself, which is impossible. Even with all my power, it is impossible for me to leave myself. This is the case for anyone who lives in my will. He becomes inseparable from me and I do not have the power to detach myself from him. More than that, I constantly feed him with my flames. Didn't you see this dove all on fire? She was the image of your soul. And the one who fed her with her burning breath was me. I delight so much when, by my breath, I feed with flames that escape from my heart those who live in my will. Don't you know that? He who lives in my will must be filtered by his very pure light? This is more than being placed under a press. Because, even if the press puts everything in pieces, there is always something confused. What is filtered by the very dense light of my will is no longer confused, everything is clear like the light that filtered it. In the soul that lives in my will, Whether she thinks, speaks, or loves, everything is purified by the very pure light of my will. And that's a great honor for her. There must be no difference between what she does and what we do. Everything must join hands, everything must be similar. While Jesus was expressing himself in this way, I found myself out of my body in a garden where, tired, I sat under a tree to rest. But the sun's rays were so stinging on me that I felt like I was burning. I wanted to go under a more leafy tree, producing more shade, so as not to be bothered by the sun. But a voice that seemed to me to be that of Jesus, warned me not to do so. She said to me, "Whoever lives in my will is exposed to the rays of the burning and eternal sun. To live of light. To see only light and to touch only light. This brings his soul to divinization. It is only when the soul is deified that it can be said to live in my will. Instead, get out of this tree and come and walk in the heavenly garden of my will." Thus, by penetrating you deeply, the sun will be able to transform yourself into light and give you the touch of divinization. So I started to walk around. But, while I was doing it, obedience forced me to reintegrate my body. I felt oppressed because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus and also because my confessor had refused me absolution. Since I hadn't been confident enough to open up to him and I was bad. So, after receiving Holy Communion, I surrendered myself in the arms of my sweet Jesus, saying to him, "My love, help me, does not abandon me. You know what state I am in because of my deprivation of you and also because, rather than helping me, creatures cause me pain after pain. I have no one but you to shout my sorrow for losing you. This should push you even more not to leave me, to keep company with the poor abandoned who lives death in her hard exile. You who are the priest par excellence, give me absolution, tell me that you forget the sins that are in my soul, let me hear your very sweet voice giving me life and forgiveness." As I poured out my sorrow in Jesus, he made himself seen in my interior and the sacramental veil formed as a mirror in which he found himself alive and very real. He said to me, "My daughter, this mirror is formed by the accidents of the bread that keep me imprisoned in the host. I form my life in the host, but the host gives me nothing. No affection, no heartbeat, not the smallest I love you. It is like death to me. I remain alone, without the shadow of compensation. As a result, my love is impatient to go out, to break this mirror, to descend into hearts, in order to find there that return of love that the host does not know and cannot give me. But, do you know where I find a true return of love? In the soul that lives in my will. When I descend into her, at the very moment, I break the accidents of the host. Because I know that more noble accidents, which are more dear to me, are ready to imprison me and not to let me leave this soul that gives me life for life. I am not alone, but rather with my most faithful companion. We are two hearts to throb together. We love in unison, our desires are one. Therefore, I dwell in this soul and form my very real life in it, just as I do in the most blessed sacrament. But do you know what these accidents are that I find in the soul that lives in my will? It is his actions done in my will that, more than accidents, surround me and imprison me. And this, in a noble and divine prison, not a dark prison. For these acts done in my will illuminate and warm the soul more than the sun. Oh! How happy I feel to form my true life in this soul. I feel like in my heavenly royal palace. Look at me in your heart. Cornbean, I'm happy. How much I taste and feel the purest joys. I said to him, "My beloved Jesus, are you not saying something new to me by telling me that in him who lives in your will, you form your true life? Is it not rather a question of mystical life? The one you live in the soul in a state of grace?" He said, "No, no. It is not a mystical life as in those who are in a state of grace but do not perform their deeds in my will. They do not have enough material to train accidents capable of imprisoning me. It is as if the priest did not hold a host and wanted to pronounce the words of consecration. He might well say them, but he would say them in a vacuum. My sacramental life would certainly not arise as a result of these words. This is how I am in hearts that, although they possess my grace, do not live totally in my will. I am in them by grace, but not really. I resumed, my love, how is it possible that you really live in the soul that lives in your will? He continued. My daughter, don't I really live in the sacramental host, with my body, my blood, my soul, and my divinity? And why is this so? Because there is not a will that opposes mine. If I found in the host a will opposed to mine, I would live a life there neither real nor permanent. This is also the reason why sacramental accidents are consumed when the creature receives me. Because that I do not find in her a human will united to mine. That she is not ready to lose her will to acquire mine. But that I find in her a will that wants to act by herself. Also, I make my little visit and I leave. On the other hand, for a person who lives in my will, I am one with him. What I do in the host, how much more can I do in this person? I find in her heartbeat, the condition, returns of love and my interest. What I do not find in the host. For the soul that lives in my will, my real life in it is inherent. Otherwise, how could she live in my will? Ah! You do not seem to want to understand that holiness in my will is completely different from other holiness. Except for crosses, mortifications and the necessary acts of life, which embellish the soul more when they are made in my will. Life in my will is nothing but the life of the blessed in heaven. Because they live in my will, and by virtue of that will, they have me in each of them as if I exist only for them, and this really and not mystically. Their life could not be called the life of heaven if they didn't have me in them as their own life. Their happiness would be neither complete nor perfect, if even a piece of my life was missing in them. This is the case for the one who lives in my will would be neither complete nor perfect in him if my real life, which sustains this will, were missing. All this is a prodigy of my love. It is the prodigy of wonders that my will had kept in reserve until this day and that it now wants to make known so that the primary goal of man's creation may be achieved. This is my first real life in a creature that I want to form in you. Hearing this, I said, Ah! My love, Jesus, this time again I feel so bad because of all these contrasts in me, and you know them. It is true that they lead me to abandon myself even more in your arms and to ask you what I am missing. But, despite this, I feel disturbances in me that disturb me. You tell me that you want to form your real life in me? Oh! How far I am from that! Jesus continued. My daughter, don't worry about it. What I want is that you do not do anything of your own end. That you obey as much as you can. It is well known that all other holiness, that is, those of obedience and other virtues, are not exempt. Pettiness, disturbance, conflicts and wasted time, which prevents the formation of a beautiful sun. At best, these holiness form a small star. Only holiness in my will is free from these miseries. On the other hand, my will involves all the sacraments and their effects. Therefore, surrender yourself totally in my will. Make it your own. And you will receive the effects of absolution or anything else that might be denied to you. So, I recommend you not to waste time. Because by wasting time, you are interfering with my real life that I am forming in you. My deprivation of Jesus continues. At best, it comes like a gust of wind and, although it seems to want to make light in me, I return to darkness more than before. As I swam in the bitterness of his deprivation, he made himself appear in me busy writing, not with a pen, but with his finger. This produced rays of light that served as his pen to write in the depths of my soul. I wanted to talk to him, he who knows so much about my poor soul, but, placing his finger on his lips, he made me understand that I had to remain silent because he did not want to be distracted. Then he said to me, "Daughter of my supreme will, I write in your soul the law of my will and the good it provides. I want to write in your soul first and then, little by little, give you explanations." I said to him, "My Jesus, I would like to tell you about the state of my soul. Oh, how bad I feel! Tell me why you left me? What should I do not to lose you?" He replied, "Don't grieve, my daughter. You must know that when I came to earth, I have come to abolish the old laws or perfect them. However, even if I abolished these laws, I did not refrain from observing them. I observed them even more perfectly than other people. Having to reconcile in me the old and the new, I wanted to observe everything in a way to give the old laws their completion, by placing on them the seal of their replacement. To present the new law that I had come to establish on earth, a law of grace and love, by which I was going to enclose in me all the sacrifices, since I was going to be the one and only sacrificed. As a result, all other sacrifices were no longer necessary for, being man and God. Mine was more than enough to satisfy everyone. Now, beloved daughter, I want to make you a more perfect image of me. I want to give birth to a new holiness, all noble and divine, and corresponding to thy will be done on earth as in heaven. So I want to concentrate in you all the inner states that have existed until now on the paths of holiness. And because you live them in my will, I completes them, crowns, embellishments and seals them. Everything must succeed in my will. Where the old holiness stops, holiness in my will begins, making all other holiness his stepping stone. So, let me do it. Let me repeat in you my life and all that I did with so much love in the redemption. With even more love, I want to repeat all this in you. To begin the beginnings of the knowledge of my will and its laws. I want your will to be united with mine and dissolved in it. I was totally abandoned in the arms of my sweet Jesus. As I prayed to him, I saw my soul as very small, extremely small. I thought, how small I am. Jesus was right to tell me that I was the smallest of all. I'd really like to know if I'm the smallest of all. Moving in me, my ever-kind Jesus showed me that he took this little one in his arms and pressed her on his heart while she let him do whatever he wanted of her. He said to me, "My dear little one, I chose you little because the little ones allow us to do with them what we want. They do not walk by themselves but let themselves be guided. Even more, they are afraid to put their feet on the ground by themselves. If they receive gifts, feeling unable to hold them, they place them on their mother's lap. The little ones are stripped of everything and do not care whether they are rich or poor, they don't care about anything. Oh! How beautiful is tender age, all filled with grace, beauty, and freshness. The more I want to do great things in a soul, the smaller I choose it. I really like the freshness and beauty of children. I love small souls so much that I keep them in the smallness and nothingness from which they come. I do not let anything of themselves into them so that they do not lose their smallness and that in this way their original freshness and beauty be preserved." I said to Jesus, "Jesus, my love, it seems to me that I am very bad and that it is because of this that I am so small. However, you tell me that you love me very much because I am small. How is this possible?" Jesus continued, "My little one, the bad cannot enter the real little ones. Do you know when the evil of growth begins? When the own will begins to enter. Then the creature begins to feel itself, to live by itself. And the whole leaves the smallness of his creature. It seems to this creature that his smallness becomes greater, of a magnitude to make us cry. As God does not live completely in her, she distances herself from her origins and dishonors them. It loses the light, beauty, holiness, and freshness of its creator. She seems to grow before herself and perhaps before men, but, before me, oh! How it decreases! She may become great, but she will never be my little beloved, the one whom, out of love, I filled with myself hoping that she would remain as I had created her to make her the greatest, such that no one could match her. So it was for my Heavenly Mother. Of all the generations, she is the smallest because her will has never acted in her, only my eternal will. And it didn't just keep her small, beautiful, and fresh like when she came out of us, but it made her the biggest of all. Oh! How beautiful she was! She was small by herself, but big and superior to all because of us. Because of its smallness. She was raised to the height of Mother of the One who formed her. As you can see, all good in man comes from the fulfillment of my will in him, and evil comes from the fulfillment of one's own. To come and redeem the man, I chose my mother because she was small. I used it as a channel to bring down upon mankind all the fruits of the redemption. On the other hand, so that my will may be known and heaven may open up to let it descend to earth so that it may reign there as it does in heaven, I had to choose another little one among all the generations. Since this is the greatest work I want to accomplish. Restore man to his origins and bring back to him the divine will that he rejected. Open my arms to him and receive him again within my will, my infinite wisdom calls the smallest, out of nothing. It was right that she was little. If I have placed a little one at the head of the redemption, I had to place another little one at the head of Thy will be done on earth as in heaven. With two little ones, I had to realize the purpose of man's creation. My designs on him. Through Oni, I had to redeem the man. Wash him of his ugliness with my blood and grant him forgiveness. Through the other, I had to bring the man back. At its origins. To his lost nobility. At the frontiers of my will which he had crossed. To admit it again before the smile of my eternal will. So that we can embrace each other and liven each other. The purpose of man's creation was nothing but that. What I have decided, no one can oppose. Centuries may pass but, just as the redemption was realized, the man will return to my arms as planned when he was created. To do this, I had to first choose the one who would be the first to live in my eternal will. Link it to all creation, and to live with her without separation from our wills, her will and ours being one. Hence the need. That it was the smallest, resulting from creation in such a way that, seeing herself so small, she wants to flee her will. By tying it closely to ours to the point of never making its own, and that, although small, it can live with us. From the breath by which we had created man, our will has kept it fresh and beautiful. She is our smile, our fun. And we make it what we want. Oh! How happy she is! Enjoying his smallness and his happy destiny. She begged for her brothers and she has done nothing but compensate for them with us for all the harm they do to us by remaining detached from our will. The tears of the one who lives in our will are powerful, since he only wants what we want. After the first stage of redemption, we will open the second, that of thy will be done on earth as in heaven. After these words, I said, my love and my all, tell me, who will be this happy little one? Oh! How I would like to know her! He replied sharply. What? You didn't understand who she is? It's yourself, my little one. I have told you many times that you are our little one and that is why I love you. While he was saying this, I felt like I was being carried out of my body into a very pure light, in which all generations could be seen as forming two wings. One to the right of the throne of God and the other on the left. At the head of one of these wings was the August Queen Mother, from whom descended all the goods of the redemption. Oh! How beautiful his smallness was! Oh wonderful and prodigious smallness! Small and powerful! Small and grandiose! Small and queen! Small with everyone clinging to her smallness while she had everything. Reigned over all. She enveloped the Word with her smallness. By making him descend from heaven to earth. In order to let him die out of love for men. At the head of the other wing, one could see another small. I say this tremblingly and out of obedience. It was the one Jesus calls his little daughter of the divine will. My sweet Jesus, placed between these two wings, and so between the two little ones who were at their head, took mine with one hand and Queen Mother's hand with the other. He joined them saying, My little girls, give your hand before our throne and embrace the eternal divine majesty with your little arms. To you alone, because of your smallness, it is given to embrace the eternal, the infinite, and to enter into him. If the first little one obtained redemption from eternal love, that the second, her hand held by the first, be helped by her to obtain eternal love. Thy will be done on earth as in heaven. Who could say what happened next? I have no words to describe it. I can only say that I was more humiliated and confused than ever. A bit like a capricious little girl. I wanted to talk to my Jesus to share my fears and doubts. I begged him to take all these things away from me, for I feared that their mere thought would bring up in me a subtle pride. I told him that I desired only one thing, the grace to truly love him and fulfill his most holy will in everything. Returning, my ever-kind Jesus made himself seen in me. And my person seemed to cover it. Without giving me time to speak, he said to me, My poor little one, what are you afraid of? Courage, I am the one who will do everything in my little girl. You will have nothing to do except follow me faithfully. Won't you? You are right to say that you are too small and that you can do nothing. But I will do everything in you. Don't you see how I am inside you where you are nothing but the shadow that covers me? He is the one who will draw in you the eternal and infinite boundaries of my will. I will embrace all generations in order to bring them, accompanied by your shadow, at the feet of the Lord. So that the human will and the divine will can, kissing, smiling, no longer look at each other as strangers, but blend into each other and become one. It is the power of your Jesus who must do this. You won't have to do anything but join. I know that you are nothing, that you can do nothing and that this is what afflicts you. But it is the strength of my arm that can and wants to act. I like to operate big things in the little ones. The life of my will has already been found on earth. This is not completely new, although it was like in passing. She lived in my inseparable and dear mother. If the life of my will had not been in it, the eternal Word, I could not have come down from heaven. I would not have had a path to go through, a room to enter, humanity to cover my divinity, food to feed me. I would have missed everything. Because anything else would not have been proper for me. But, in finding my will in my beloved mother, I found in it my own heaven, my joys, my contentments. At most, I had to change my abode from heaven to earth. But, for the rest, nothing changed. What I had in heaven, I found on earth by virtue of my will which was in my mother. Therefore, filled with love, I descended into her to put on human flesh. This is how my will had its life on earth, in my humanity, through which I accomplished the redemption. Not only that, but, by virtue of my will, I have settled upon all human labors by sealing them with my divine deeds. And, moreover, I begged my Father that man is not only redeemed, but also, that in due course he enjoys the favor of our will as at the time when he was created. To be able to live according to the plan that we had in creating it, that is to say that the will of heaven and that on earth become one. Therefore, everything was set up by me. The plan of redemption and that of thy will be done on earth as in heaven. It would not have been a work worthy of me if I had not rehabilitated man totally as he was when he was created. It would have been a half-done job and your Jesus doesn't know how to do things halfway. At most, I have waited centuries to complete the delivery of all the goods prepared by me. So don't you want to be with me to complete the work undertaken when I came to earth? So, be attentive and faithful, and do not be afraid, I will always keep you small so that I can better realize my purposes on you. I felt totally immersed in the divine will and it seemed to me that, within me, my sweet Jesus was having a lot of fun sending me from the Light. I felt as if overshadowed by this light. I felt my mind so full that I couldn't contain it anymore. I said to Jesus, "Jesus, my heart, don't you know that I am small? I can't contain what you want to put in my mind." He replied, "My little girl, do not be afraid, your Jesus will make you drink this light in small sips, so that you can receive it and understand it. Do you know what this light is? It is the light of my divine will. This will that is rejected by other creatures and who, wanting to come and rule the earth, wants to find someone who will receive it, understand it, and love it. To be able to come and reign, she wants to find a little soul who will be able to offer herself to receive all the acts that the divine will had intended for creatures to make them happy and holy. But this happiness, this holiness, and these goods that the eternal will had arranged for creatures, just as it had arranged all creation, are in suspense. And if she does not find someone who will receive them in such a way as to give the divine will all the homages and honors that other creatures have not given her, she will not be able to come and reign on earth. Thus, your task is to embrace all generations in order to receive for them all the acts of the supreme will that they have rejected. If you don't, my eternal will not be able to celebrate to come and reign. She will continue to shed tears as in the past, because of the great ingratitude with which she was rejected. Whoever cries does not reign. Therefore, she wants that there be reparation for the rejection by creatures of the acts of his will, and someone who, with love, receives his happiness and possessions. I said to him, "Jesus, my love, how can I do this? I'm too small and, also, I'm Catavella bad little. And you know it well. I'm even afraid I'm unable to do this for myself. So how can I do it for others?" Jesus continued, "This is precisely why I have chosen you and kept you small, so that you cannot do anything alone, but always and only with me. As much as you, I know that, little as you are not good at anything. At most to make me smile at your trivia. Your Jesus will take care of everything. This is necessary, just as it was necessary. Which a little girl of ours, my mother, considered her task. To receive in it all the acts of our will rejected by creatures. She made them her own. Received them with gratitude and dignity. Loved them. Paid us back, to the point of embracing them completely, as far as it was possible for a creature. Also, when the divinity saw his will integrate creation through this little one, not only for herself, but for all others, she felt so attracted that, as a result of all her acts of creation, she performed the greatest, most prodigious act. That of elevating this little one to the unique and exclusive dignity of being the mother of her own creator. I, the eternal Word, could never have come down from heaven if I had not found my will in it, which we wanted for all creatures. What was the cause of my descent to earth? My will existing in a small creature. Have I been concerned about his smallness? All I cared about was that my will be secure in it, without hindrance from his human will. Once our will was secure, our rights were restored, the creature put itself in order with respect to its creator. And the creator was in order in relation to the creature. The purpose of creation could be achieved. And, therefore, we have come to deeds, that is, the Word became flesh. First to redeem man and then, so that our will may be done on earth as in heaven. Oh, yes. It was my mother who, taking within her the totality of our will, sent arrows to the divinity. In such a way that, wounded by our own arrows, the Word was drawn into his womb as if by a powerful magnet. We cannot deny anything to the one who possesses our will. See the need for me to find another creature who offers himself to receive in it all the acts of our will related to creation, so as to give its completion to Fiat, who brought me down to earth, and which was desired and understood only by my mother. The divinity wants to be wounded again by his own arrows, in order to give the generations this great good, that my will reigns in them. How great it is, the greatest thing I want to give. That desired for man from his origin. A human will is not enough to implore this, let alone to hurt the divinity. It takes the divine will into a soul with which that soul can hurt its creator with divine arrows. In such a way that he opens the heavens and lets his will descend to earth. Since he will find his noble procession there. All the acts of his will accumulated in this creature who snatched them from him, he will come to reign on earth in total triumph. With these words, I said to him, "My beloved good, your words plunge me into confusion, they even annihilate me. To the point that I feel like a little newborn whose limbs are not yet well trained and who, therefore, have to be swaddled. However, although nappies are necessary for me to be trained, you want to take these diapers away from me and, for what purpose? To make me stretch my little baby hands in order to embrace your eternal will? My Jesus, don't you see that I cannot do it? That I cannot grasp your will, that I am really too small. And if you want your will to reign on earth so much, why have you waited so long? Why, when you came to earth, didn't you do both at the same time? I.e. redemption. And that your will be done on earth as in heaven? You have strong and long arms, able to embrace your infinite will. See, O Jesus, mine are weak and short, how can I do that?" He replied, "Poor little child, you're right. My words plunge you into confusion. The light of my will blinds you and truly makes you a newborn of the supreme will. Come in my arms, I will swaddle you with the nappies of my will so that it strengthens your limbs with its strength. Thus, it will be easy for you to grasp with your arms the eternal will which, with so much love, wants to come and reign in you." So I rushed into his arms to let him do with me everything he wanted. He added, "I could very well have done both things myself when I came to earth. But the creature is incapable to receive the works of his Creator in one fell swoop. In addition, I delight in always giving new surprises of love. The creature desecrated its taste by using its own will. The breath of his soul smells bad by so many ugly things, to the point of disgusting me. It has reached the point to love the most disgusting things. To let a putrefied fluid flow over the three faculties of his soul, so that his nobility could no longer be recognized. So I had to, first, take care of all this through my redemption. By giving the creature all the remedies and by giving to his evils the bath of my blood to wash them. Even if I had wanted to do both things, the creature would not have had the eyes of intelligence to understand my will, nor the ears to listen to it, nor the heart to receive it. Because, by her human will, she was so dirty, blind and deaf. Not being heard and finding no place to dwell, my will would have returned to heaven. Therefore, it was necessary for man includes the goods of the redemption first, to then be able to understand the goods of the Thy will be done on earth as in heaven. The same thing would have happened to you if, at the beginning, when I began to speak to you, I had immediately spoken to you about my will, you would not have understood. I would have become like a teacher who, instead of teaching the first letters of the alphabet to his student, immediately teaches him science and foreign languages. Poor child, he would be confused and learn nothing. Instead, I wanted to talk to you about suffering and virtues, things which are more accessible and tangible to human nature, and which can be called the alphabet of Christian life. It is the language of exile and of those who aspire to the heavenly homeland. On the other hand, my will is part of the language of heaven and it begins where all other sciences and virtues end. She is a queen who dominates all things and crowns all beings. Before the holiness of my will, all other virtues shrink and tremble. So I wanted to act like your alphabet teacher first, in order to arrange your intelligence. Subsequently, I became your heavenly and divine teacher who knows only the language of the heavenly homeland and the high science contained in my will. I had to take away your taste for anything first. Because the human will distills this poison. It makes you lose the taste for the divine will. In all created things, since they came from me, I placed a taste of the divine. But, in doing its will, the soul does not spot this taste, even in holy things. Also, in order to bring you to have only the taste of my will, I make sure not to let you taste anything else so that you are better disposed to receive my sublime lessons about her. What was necessary for you was even more so for the Church, to which I first had to make known the minor things. The greatest of all comes next, the knowledge of my will. I was frightened by what I was writing, and I thought to myself, what will be my confusion on the day of judgment if, instead of Jesus, it is my fantasy or the infernal enemy who speaks to me. My Jesus, I feel like I'm dying at the mere thought of this. And you know the great reluctance I feel to write. If it were not for holy obedience, I would not write a single word. My confusion was such that, if I could, I would have set everything on fire. While I was in this state, my ever adorable Jesus showed himself in me as a little child and, placing his little head on my shoulder, he stuck it against my face and said to me, "My daughter, why are you afraid? You must not stop at feelings, but at facts. Is it not true that, embracing my will, your will wants to reach everyone? To attach them to my will? To restore all the broken links between the human will and the divine will, and this by striving for yourself? To defend and to excuse creatures and to make reparation for them with the Creator? That is a fact, is it not? In pronouncing your or I, did you not swear that you wanted to live in my will? Ah! This yes is a chain that keeps you attached to my will. As you find in it your delights, it makes you abhor the very shadow of your own will. This is also a fact, as are many other things that you know well. If you had written without life, the facts you wrote, having inhabited you, you would have been right to be afraid, and I would have given you no strength, no light, no assistance. You would have become a moron and you wouldn't have gone very far. Therefore, calm down and continue to live as if you were needed in my will, so as to enlarge the boundaries of your human will and mine. My humanity was small, too. She grew as if she were needed in the divine will. So that, as I grew, my human will grew at the same time, all immersed in the divine will. She was constantly expanding her boundaries in the will of Jehovah while preparing redemption and thy will be done on earth as in heaven. As for you, don't you want to imitate my growth in my will? My will is not only life. She is the air of the soul. If the air is missing, nature declines, breathing is hindered. The heart is embarrassed in its pulsations. Blood circulation becomes irregular. Intelligence goes numb. The eyes become almost lifeless. The voice suffocates, the forces decline. What brings such chaos? Lack of air. All this is caused by one's own will, which, like deficient air, produces chaos, irregularity, weakness, in short, the decline of all that is good in the soul. If human life is not helped by the heavenly air of my will, which revives everything, which strengthens, orders and sanctifies everything, it is a life half extinct, disordered and on the slope of evil. I was making the hour of the Passion, in which the saddened mother received her dead son in her arms and placed him in the tomb. I said to Mary, "Sweet Mother, at Jesus' side, I place in your arms all souls so that you recognize them all as your children. You inscribe them one by one in your heart and you place them in the wounds of Jesus. They are the children of your immense pain, and this is enough for you to recognize and love them. I want to place all generations in the supreme will so that no one is missing, and, on behalf of all, I comfort and sympathize with you." At that moment, my sweet Jesus moved within me, saying to me, "My daughter, if you knew what food my saddened mother fed all her children with." I replied, "What was this food, O my Jesus?" He continued, "Since you are my little one chosen by me for the mission of my will, and since you are in the fiat by which you were created, I want to let you know the story of my eternal will. Its joys, its sufferings, its effects, its immense value. What I did, what I received, and the person who was committed to defending it. The little ones pay me more attention. Because their minds are not filled with anything else, they are like empty of everything. And if someone wants to give them another food, they are disgusted. Because, being small, they have the habit of taking only the milk of my will, this will which, more than in the case of a loving mother, keeps them attached to His divine chest to feed them abundantly. And they keep their little mouths open waiting for the milk of my teachings, which amuses me a lot. Oh! How beautiful they are to see, sometimes smiling, sometimes jubilant, sometimes crying, while I tell them the story of my will. The origin of my will is eternal. No affliction ever entered into her. Between the divine persons, this will is perfectly harmonious. In fact, it is one. For each of her acts, either internal or external, she gives us infinite joys, new contentments and an immense happiness. When we launched the machine of creation, how much glory, harmony, and honor we have drawn from it. As soon as the Fiat was pronounced, He spread our beauty, our light, our power, our order, our harmony, our love, our holiness, etc. And we have been glorified by our own virtues by seeing, through our Fiat, the flowering of our divinity hidden throughout the universe. Our will did not stop there. Swollen with love, she created man. You know his story and, therefore, I don't stop there. Ah! It was the man who caused our will its first sorrow. He saddened the one who loved him so much and wanted him so happy. My will wept more than a tender mother who wept over her son who became crippled and blind after moving away from her. My will wanted to be the first actor in man for no other reason than to constantly give him new surprises of love, joy, happiness, light, wealth. She wanted to give it to him all the time. But man wanted to do his will and cut himself off from the divine will. Oh! How we wish he had never done that. My will withdrew and he fell into the abyss of all evils. For the two wills to be reunited, a human possessing within him the divine will was needed. Like me, the eternal Word, I loved man with eternal love. We, the divine persons, have decreed that I will put on human flesh in order to come and save man and reunite the two wills. But where to go down? Who would be the creature who would lend his flesh to his Creator? This is how we chose a creature. And, by virtue of the future merits of the future Redeemer, she was exempted from original sin. His will and ours were one. This heavenly creature had to know the history of our will. We told her everything like a little girl. The pain of our will and how, by cutting off his will from ours, the ungrateful man forced our will to withdraw into his divine circle. Upset in her designs and prevented from communicating her possessions to man and from attaining the purpose for which she had created him. For us, giving is making us happy. In the same way as the one who receives from us, it is to enrich the other without impoverishing us. It is to give what we are by nature and that the creature receives by grace, it is to come out of us to give what we possess. When we give, our love pours out and our will is celebrated. If we had not wanted to give, why would we have made creation? Thus, the simple fact of being unable to give to our children, to our dear images, was like mourning for our supreme will. Just to see man functioning, speaking, and walking without being connected to our will, the contact having been broken by him. And to note that the rivers of grace, light, holiness, science, etc. which could have flowed towards him but could not. Our will was in pain. With every action the creature did, there was suffering for us. Because we saw this action deprived of divine value, without beauty or holiness, completely dissimilar from our own actions. Oh! How the heavenly little understood this great sorrow that we had and the great harm that man had done to himself by cutting himself off from our will. Oh! How many tears she shed because of our sorrow and the great misery of man. Frightened, she did not want to concede any piece of life to her will. And that's why she kept small. Since her will had no life in her, how could she have grown? However, what she did not do, our will did. She made her beautiful, holy and divine. She enriched him so much that she made her the greatest of all. She was a prodigy of our will, a prodigy of grace, beauty, holiness. But she always remained small, so much so that she never left our arms. Taking our defense to heart, she repaired all the painful acts experienced by our supreme will. Not only was she in perfect order with our will, but she made all the deeds of the creatures her own. Absorbing in her our will rejected by men, she made reparation and loved him in their name. Considering our will as deposited in her virginal heart, she prepared the nourishment of our will for all creatures. Do you see, then, with what food this very loving mother feeds her children? This food cost him throughout his life incredible sufferings, even the life of his son. She thus formed in her an abundant deposit of this nourishment of my will to keep her available to all her children as a tender and loving mother. She couldn't love her children more than that. By giving them this food, his love reached the ultimate degree. Therefore, among all her titles, the most beautiful that could be given to her was that of Mother and Queen of the Divine Will. If my mother did this regarding the work of redemption, you must do so regarding thy will be done. Your will must have no life in you. Holding all the acts of my will for all creatures, you will place them in you. And, making reparation to my will on behalf of all, thou shalt form in oneself all the nourishment necessary to nourish all generations of the nourishment of my will. Every word and every additional knowledge about it will be an additional flavor that they will find in this food, in such a way that they will feed on it greedily. Everything I have told you about my will serve to whet their appetite in such a way that they will not want any other food, at the very cost of any sacrifice. If it were recognized that a food is good, remakes strength, heals the sick, has all tastes and, even more, that it gives life, beautifies the person and makes him happy, who would not be ready for all the sacrifices to obtain this food? So it is with the nourishment of my will. For my will to be loved and desired, it must be known. Therefore, be attentive and receive it in you so that, as a second mother, you can prepare the food for our children. By doing this, you will imitate my mother. In fact, it will cost you a lot, but, in the face of my will, any sacrifice will seem nothing to you. Do it like a little one, never leave my arms, and I will continue to tell you the story of my will. I felt immersed in the divine will of my Jesus. My little soul seemed to me like a newborn, that my blessed Jesus held in his arms by the breath of his will, with such jealousy that he wanted her to does not look at anything, hear nothing and does not touch anything, so that nothing distracts her. He captivated her with the sweet enchantment of his teachings on his most holy will. The little newborn was nourished and grew by the breath of the will of his Jesus. In addition, he covered it with many small crosses of light. One could see a cross of light imprinted in every part of his being. Jesus was having fun. Sometimes by multiplying these crosses. Sometimes by wanting the newborn to keep her gaze fixed on him to count his words, which served him food and a way to grow. Afterwards, my Jesus said to me, "My little girl, my newborn of the divine will, my will designed you, has given birth to you and now it makes you grow flooded with love. Don't you see with what love I hold you in my arms and do not allow you to take any food except the breath of my will? The newborn of my will is the most beautiful, the dearest, the most precious thing that has come out of creation so far. And I will keep her with such jealousy that I will not let anyone touch her. My will be everything to you. Life, food, clothing and cross. Because, being the biggest thing, it would be inappropriate for your Jesus to mix it with anything that does not come from our will. Forget everything, in such a way that no water surrounds you, inside and out, if not that of the immense sea of my eternal will. I want to find in you honor, the nobility and decorum of the true newborn of my will." Hearing this, instead of rejoicing, I felt myself dying of confusion. I had only the courage to say, Jesus, my love, I am small, this is true, I see it for myself. But I'm also a little catavella bad and still, you tell me all this? How is this possible? Maybe you want to make fun of me? I know that many make you cry and yet you want me to rejoice in your tears. So do you want to make fun of me with these pranks? However, even if I am plunged into confusion, go ahead with the pranks of your will. Pressing me harder on him, he continued. No, no, your Jesus is not making fun of you. I am having fun, it is true, but a sure sign that what I am telling you is true. These are the crosses of light with which my will has marked you. Know, my daughter, that the longest and widest cross for my humanity, a cross that has never left me, was the one coming from the divine will. More than that, every act of the human will opposed to the divine will was a particular cross that the supreme will imprinted deeply in my humanity. In fact, when the human will leaves the earth in order to act in the divine will, she leaves heaven to meet her and to become one with her, in order to sink torrents, graces, light and of holiness in this act. But, by refusing to meet the divine will, the human will puts himself at war against his creator and pushes back to the celestial regions the good, the light and the holiness that he wanted to spread on her. Thus offended, the supreme will wanted to receive reparation from me. For every act of the human will, she inflicted a cross on me. With these crosses, I received all the goods rejected by humans, for the purpose of keeping them in deposit, for the time when the creature will be willing to meet the divine will in his deeds. But despite this, I couldn't help but feel the intense pain caused by so many crosses. Look within me how many millions of crosses my humanity contains. Thus, the crosses received from my will were incalculable. My suffering was infinite. I groaned under the weight of infinite suffering. This infinite suffering had such power that it gave me death at all times by giving me a cross. For every act of the human will opposed to the divine will, the cross coming by my will is not made of wood, which makes us feel only its weight and its suffering. Rather, it is a cross of light and fire, which burns, consumes and is implanted in such a way as to form one with the one who receives it. To tell you about the crosses that my divine will gave me, I should weave all the acts of creatures, make them present and let yourself feel with your own hands how, claiming true satisfaction, my will inflicted on me cross after cross. It was a human will that offended the divine will and broke with it, wasn't it? Also, it was the divine will that crucified and made my human nature and will suffer. In man, the source, the root, the substance of evil or good is at the depths of his will, everything else can be considered superficial. Only the divine will could make me atone for the evil of so many human wills. As for you, I want you totally in my will to make known what the divine will has done, what she made me suffer, what she wants to do. That is why you are marked with many crosses of light. Your cross came to you from my will. This one has changed everything into light in order to prepare you to be the newborn, to whom she wants to entrust her secrets, her joys and her sorrows as to a faithful girl who, uniting with his deeds, can open heaven to bring down my will to the earth and to make it known, accept, and love. I was reflecting on what I was writing about the most holy will of my sweet Jesus. The fact that blessed Jesus means many sublime things about his will is normal. Because, whatever one says about it, its height, its greatness, its wonders, etc., all this is good. Either way, everything is little compared to what could be said. But this continual mention of me through these teachings of Jesus should not be. His will is what he must make known, not me. My poor person should not exist. The whole thing is his, not mine. For me, all that is mine is the confusion coming from what he says about me. Anyway, obedience compels me to write, not only about the divine will, but also about the connection Jesus makes between me and his will. As I pondered all this, my sweet Jesus came out of my interior and, hugging me, he said to me. My daughter, you are still the newborn of my will. However, you are wrong to think as you do. You want me to speak of my will, to make it known, but the person who is to be its channel, the spokesman, the instrument should not exist? If everything were to stay between you and me, maybe it could be okay. But I want my will to have its kingdom, and a kingdom is not made up of one person, but of many people, and people of different conditions. Thus, it is necessary that not only my will, but the goods which it contains, the nobility of those who want to live in this kingdom, the good, the happiness, the order, the harmony that everyone will possess there, are known. It is also necessary that the person whom my goodness has chosen to be involved in the beginnings of such a great good be known. To be involved in my teachings on my will, to rise above all things of creation, means nothing but to give more importance to my will. To raise it higher, to give it more weight. The more good, holy, rich, and generous a king is, the more he loves his subjects. To the point of sacrificing his life rather than allowing someone in his kingdom to be touched. The more his kingdom is esteemed, the more the desire to live there rises in all. People compete even to have this chance. In addition, the proper functioning of the kingdom and its importance derive from the knowledge of the king. By saying that you do not want to be involved in my teachings on my will, it's like you want a kingdom without a king, science without a master, possession without owner. What would happen to this realm, to this science, to this possession? How much disorder and ruin would ensue? As for me, I don't know how to do messy things. On the contrary, order is inherent in my divinity. This would have happened for the redemption. If my dear mom hadn't wanted us to know that she was my mother, that she had conceived me in her virginal womb, that she had fed me her milk, my coming to earth and the redemption would have been non-credible, and no one would have been inclined to believe and enjoy the goods of the redemption. On the other hand, because my mother made known who she was, that it was free of any stain, including the original spot, a prodigy of grace, that she loved all creatures as tender children, and that, out of love for them, she sacrificed the life of the one who was her son and her God. Redemption received more importance, became more accessible to the human mind, and formed the kingdom of redemption with its priceless effects. Also, involving my mother in the work of redemption was nothing but to give more importance to the great good that I had come to bring to earth, must be visible to all and clothe human flesh. I had to use a creature of the human race that I had to raise above all else, in order to implement my great designs. This had to happen to form the kingdom of my redemption on earth. Thus, having to form the kingdom of my will, it is necessary that another creature be known, in whom the reign of my will has its origin. Let us know who she is, how much I loved her, how I sacrificed her for each and every one. In short, let us know all that my will has poured into it. However, even if you are involved in all this, it is still my will that is displayed. These are paths and means to make it known that are put forward, as well as attractions, prods, lights, magnets to attract everyone to come and live in the kingdom of happiness, grace, peace, and love. Therefore, let your Jesus work. He who loves you very much, who does not want to afflict you, and who even cares about the way he mixes you with all this. Think only of continuing your flight into the eternal spaces of the Supreme Will. I prayed, and my sweet Jesus was seen in my interior, his gaze fixed on me. As for me, attracted by his gaze, I looked deeply inside, which seemed to be like a crystal in which one could see everything he was doing. By uniting with him, I was trying to do what he was doing. At another moment, it seemed to me that Jesus took my soul in his hands and gave it impulse in the immensity of his will by telling me, "The newborn of my will, you were born in my will. In her I want you to live. Fly into the eternal will, fulfill your mission. See what is necessary to be done between the divinity and the creatures, travel among the generations, but always in my will, otherwise, you will not find them all. And, by loving, acting, repairing and worshipping for all, you will come before the Supreme Majesty to give her all the love and tributes of each and every one, as the true firstborn daughter of our will. I took off and Jesus followed me with my eyes. But who could say everything I did? In his will, I gathered all the love that his will wanted to give to creatures. Not being taken, this love remained in suspense waiting to be taken. I took hold of it and, investing all the intelligences created, I did for every act of love and worship and all that every mind must give back to God. Accumulating everything inside of me and placing all the creatures on my lap, I went to heaven to lay everything on the lap of the Heavenly Father, saying to him, Holy Father, I come before your throne to lay on your knees your dear images created by you, so that you may bind them again to your will which they have rejected. It is the little girl of your will who asks you this. I am small, it is true, but I take upon myself the commitment to satisfy you all. I will not leave your throne if you do not bind the human will to the divine will in such a way that the kingdom of your will can be established on earth. Nothing is denied to the little ones because what they ask for is nothing but the echo of your own will, of what you want yourself. Then I went to Jesus who was waiting for me in my small room and who received me in his arms, covering me with kisses and caresses. He said to me, My little one, for the will of heaven to descend to earth, it is necessary that all human acts be sealed by acts of the divine will. In such a way that, attracted by the powerful magnet of its own will, the supreme will can descend to earth and reign there. This is the task given to you as the firstborn daughter of our will. Know that, in order to bring down the word from heaven, my mother carried out the following mandate. She went to all generations. Making all the acts of the human will her own, she placed the divine will in it, since she abundantly possessed within her the goods of the divine will to the point of surpassing all that all creatures together could possess. And, with each round she made, she multiplied these goods. Seeing that one of our most faithful creatures had improved with so much grace and love all human acts in the divine will. By taking to heart all that was necessary to do this, and seeing that our will was present in the world, I, the eternal Word, descended from heaven to earth. A second mandate was fulfilled, it was the realization of the redemption. And it is to me that it fell. How much I have had to visit all human acts, taking them all in my hands, by covering them and sealing them with my divine will, for the purpose of luring my Heavenly Father to examine all human acts clothed in this divine will that man had repelled in the celestial regions. Thus, my Divine Father opened the gates of heaven that had been closed by the human will. No good descends except through the channel of my will. A third mandate must be fulfilled and it is up to you. As the firstborn of our will, it is up to you to add the third seal of our will on all human acts, following the first and second, for the purpose of drawing the kingdom of my will to come to earth. Consequently, walk, my daughter, among the human acts of creatures, penetrates into the hearts and brings to each heartbeat the beating of my will, with every thought the kiss and the knowledge of my will, prints in every word the omnipotent Fiat, invaded everything and floods everything with this Fiat, so that my kingdom may come to earth. Your Jesus will not leave you alone in these tours. He will assist you and guide you in everything. While he was saying this, I continued my flights, visiting all things and each person. But who could say everything I did? Only Jesus can say it, he who made me do all this. So I spent a whole night with Jesus, and as I moved, I brought to him sometimes all thoughts, sometimes all the words, sometimes all the works, all the steps, all the heartbeats, covered with his will. And Jesus received everything with love and feast. Then he said to me, Do you see what a big difference there is between holiness in my will and holiness of other virtues? The first brings the creature to receive at every moment currents of grace, light, and love, and to be in order with his Creator in each of his acts. It is the holiness closest to the Creator. The second, that of the other virtues, is adjusted to the times and occasions. Sometimes we will have the opportunity to practice patience. Sometimes obedience. Sometimes charity or other virtues of the kind. And if the opportunities do not arise, the virtues are without growth and cannot generate the good they could give if they were in action. On the other hand, in holiness in my will, there is no stop or interruption. My will is always busy invading the creature, which can receive it at any moment. Whether the creature breathes, thinks, speaks, throbs, or takes food or sleeps, everything enters into my will. And, at any moment, the creature can be filled with my will with all the goods it contains. I was thinking of the Immaculate Conception of my Queen Mother. After communion, my ever-kind Jesus showed himself in my interior as if in a room filled with light. In this light appeared all that he did during his life. One could see, arranged in order, all his merits, his works, his sufferings, his injuries, his blood. In short, all that his life as man and of God entailed. As in the act of preserving from the lesser evil a soul that was very dear to him. I was amazed to see so much attention from Jesus. He said to me, "To my little newborn, I want to make known the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin conceived without sin. You must first know that my divinity consists of a single act, all acts concentrated in one. This is what it means to be God. The greatest prodigy of our divine essence is not to be subject to a succession of acts. And if, for the creature, it seems that we are doing something at one time and something else at another, it is because it is unable to know everything at once and it must learn little by little. All that I, the Eternal Word, had to do in my humanity, I did in one act, in accordance with the one act that is my divinity. As a result, when my mother, the noble Virgin Mary, was conceived, everything that the Eternal Word was to do on earth already existed. Thus, in the act by which it was conceived, all my merits, my pains, my blood, all that comprises the life of a God-made man, surrounded this conception. It was conceived in the infinite abyss of my merits, of my divine blood, as well as in the immense sea of my sufferings. By virtue of this, she remained immaculate, beautiful, and pure. And my incalculable merits blocked the way to the enemy who could not do him any harm. It was right that the one who was to conceive of the Son of God was the greatest in the works of God, in order to possess the virtue of conceiving the Word to redeem mankind. Thus, it was first conceived in me and then I was conceived in it. All that remained was to make this wonder known to the creatures in a timely manner. However, in the Godhead, it was already done. Thus, the person who reaped the most fruits of the redemption, in fact, it received its full fruits, was this sublime creature. Having been conceived in me, she loved, appreciated, and kept as her own all that the Son of God did on earth. Oh! The beauty of this tender little one! She was a marvel of graces, a prodigy of our divinity. She grows up as our daughter. She was our joy, our honor, and our glory. While my sweet Jesus spoke to me like this, I said to myself, "It is true that the Queen Mother was conceived by the infinite merits of my Jesus. But his blood, his body, was conceived in the womb of Saint Anne, who was not free from original sin. So how can it be that Mary inherited nothing of the many evils we all inherited as a result of our first father Adam's sin?" Jesus said to me, "My daughter, you have not yet understood that all evil is in the will. It was man's will that crushed his nature and not his nature that crushed his will. His nature, as created by me, remained unchanged. It was his will that changed. She stood against nothing less than the divine will. His rebellious will crushed her nature, debilitated her, contaminated her and made her a slave to the vilest passions. It was like a container filled with perfume or precious objects. If it is emptied of its contents and then filled with rot or vile objects, does the container change? What is placed inside changes, but the container is still the same. At most, it becomes more or less estimable, depending on what it contains. So it was for man. To have been conceived in a creature that was part of the human race did no harm to my mother, for her soul was immune to all sin. There was no opposition between his will and that of his God. The divine currents encountered no obstacle in pouring into her at every moment. She received torrents of new graces. Then, with such will and soul, all holy, all pure, all beautiful, the vessel that was the body she received from her mother remained fragrant, in order, divinized, so as to be exempt from any natural disease of which human nature may be afflicted. In it was fully realized the Fiat Voluntas Tua on earth as in heaven, who ennobled her and restored in her human nature as it was originally, before the original fault. It became even more beautiful by the continuous flow of this Fiat, which reproduced in it images perfectly similar to the one that had created it. By the virtue of the divine will that acted in it, it can be said that what God is by nature, it became by grace. Our will can do and achieve everything when the soul gives us freedom to act and does not interrupt our work by his personal will. Having gone through very bitter days because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus, I felt like a miserable rag that Jesus was putting aside. So disgusted was he. Then I heard inside, in my will there is no rag. Everything is life there, and divine life. A cloth becomes torn and dirty because it does not possess life. In my will, which possesses life and gives it to all things, there is no danger that the soul will be torn apart and, even less, that it will become dirty. As for me, without paying attention to what I heard, I said to myself, "What a beautiful Christmas holiday Jesus makes me pass! It shows how much he loves." Moving within me, he said to me, "My daughter, for the one who does my will, it is always Christmas. When her soul enters into my will, I am conceived in her. When she continues in my will, I bring her my life. When she completes her act, a greater thing happens. This soul is itself conceived in me, bringing its life into mine and participating in my own actions. Whoever participates in the Christmas party once a year experiences something new in him. But, for the one who lives in my will, it is always Christmas. I am reborn through each of his deeds. Do you want me to be born into you only once a year? No, no. For the one who does my will, my birth, my life, my death, and my resurrection form a continuous act, never interrupted. Otherwise, what would be the difference, the immeasurable difference, compared to other holiness?" Hearing these words, I felt even more embittered and I said to myself, "So many fantasies. What I hear is nothing but a very subtle pride on my part. Only my pride can suggest such things to me and reach the point of having me write so many things about God's will. The others are good and humble. And that's why no one else has ever dared to write something." While I was thinking like this, I felt such pain that I felt my heart break. I tried to distract myself so as not to feel anything. What a terrible struggle, to the point of feeling like I was dying. My beloved Jesus was seen as if he wanted to tell me more about his most holy will. I said to him, "My Jesus, help me, don't you see how much pride there is in me? Have mercy on me, free me from this subtle pride. I don't want to know anything except to love you." He said to me, "My daughter, crosses and pains are like a press for the soul. Just as the press is used to crush and peel the grapes in such a way that the juice for the wine goes to one side and the peels to the other. Thus crosses and sorrows, like a press, peel the soul. Pride, self-love, passions and of all that is human, leaving only the pure wine of virtues. Thus, my virtues, spread in the soul as on a white canvas, and inscribe it with indelible characters. How can you fear then if every time I manifest to you my truths about my will, it is preceded by crosses and pains? The higher the truths, more intense are the pains. It is nothing but the pressure of the press that I exert on you so that all that is human in you is removed. It is in my interest more than yours that these truths are not mixed with the peels of human passions. I repeat, my Jesus, forgive me if I tell you this, but you yourself are the cause of my fears. If you did not hide and deprive me of you, there would be no place in me for these fears to rise. Ah! Jesus, you make me die, and this of a cruel and double death, since I do not die. Ah! If only I could really die, how sweet it would be for me. Ah! Jesus, I assure you, I can't bear any more, either you take me with you or stay with me. As I said this, my kind Jesus hugged me. It was as if he was pressing something with his hands and I felt like under a press. I am unable to speak of the suffering I felt, only he knows what he has made me suffer. Afterwards, he said to me, "Beloved daughter of my will, look within me how the Supreme Will did not even give a breath of life to my human will, as holy as it was. I had to stay under the pressure of the Divine Will more than under a press. It constituted life. With all my heartbeat. With all my words. Of all my actions. And my little human will died in everyone. My heartbeat. My breaths. Of my actions. Of my words, etc. In reality, this will has never had life. I only had it to make her die continuously. And, although it was a great honor for my humanity and the greatest of wonders, every death of my human will was transformed into a life of the Divine Will. These continual deaths were the greatest and most bitter martyrdom of my humanity. Oh! How small the very pains of my passion were before these continual deaths in me. By this, I gave perfect glory to my Heavenly Father whom I loved with a love surpassing all the love of all creatures. Dying, suffering, doing something great sometimes, at intervals, it's not as big. The saints and other good creatures did so, but since it was not continuous, it did not constitute not a perfect glory for the Father, nor a redemption that can extend to all. So, my newborn daughter in my eternal will, see where your Jesus wants you, under the press of my divine will. So that your will may receive continual deaths, just as was the case with my human will. Otherwise, I will not be able to bring forth the new era in which my will can reign on earth. It takes acts, suffering and continuous deaths for the Fiat Voluntas Tua to descend from heaven to earth. Beware, my daughter, do not look at others, not even the saints, regarding the way I have conducted myself with them. It might cause you to be surprised at how I act with you. With them, I wanted to do one thing, with you it's something completely different. While he was saying this, he took the form of the crucified one by pressing his forehead against mine and covering my whole person. I felt under his pressure, prey to his will. I was in prayer when I was out of my body in a place where there was a crucifix thrown on the ground. I approached to worship and embrace the most holy wounds of Jesus, but at that moment the crucifix became alive. Jesus unhooked his hands from the cross and clung to my neck, holding me very tightly. Fearing that it was not Jesus, I tried to free myself from this embrace. Jesus said to me, "My daughter, why do you want to run away from me? How is it possible that you want to leave me? Don't you know that between you and me there is an eternal bond such that neither you nor I can break it? In fact, what is eternal enters into me and cannot leave me. All the acts we have done together in my will are eternal acts, just as my will is eternal. Thus, there is something of you in me and something of me in you. There flows within you an eternal current that makes us inseparable. The more you multiply your actions in my will, the more you take part in what is eternal. So where do you want to go? I was waiting for you to come and relieve me and free me from this place, into which human perfidy has thrown me. Where, with hidden sins and secret evils, she cruelly crucified me. That's why I clung to you. That you may set me free and take me with you." I hugged him, kissed him, and found myself with him in my little room. And I could see how much my interior was centered in him and his in me. Later, I received Holy Communion. As usual, I called all things created, placing them around Jesus so that they would give him a return of love and pay him the tributes due to their Creator. They all rushed to my call and I could clearly see all the love of my Jesus for me manifested through them. Inside my heart, Jesus received with great tenderness all this love. Hovering over all things and kissing them, I approached Jesus' feet and said to him, My love, my Jesus, you created all things for me and gave them to me as a gift. So, all these things being mine, I give them to you in order to show you my love. I tell you, I love you in every drop of sunlight. I love you in the twinkling of the stars. I love you in every drop of water. Your will makes me see your I love you for me, even in the depths of the ocean. And I print my I love you for you in every fish that frolics in the sea. I want to print my I love you on every bird's pace. My I love you everywhere, my love. I want to print my I love you on the wings of the wind, in the movement of the leaves, in every spark of fire. My I love you for myself and for everyone. The whole creation said I love you with me. But when I wanted to unite all human generations in the divine will, so that they would prostrate themselves before Jesus and say I love you with each of their actions, words, and thoughts, they escaped me and I didn't know how to do it. I pointed this out to Jesus and he told me, no, my daughter, that living in my will consists precisely in to bring all creatures before me and in the name of all, to give me their tributes. No one should escape you. Otherwise my will would find voids in creation and would not be satisfied. But do you know why you don't find all the creatures and that several escape you? This is the strength of free will. However, I want to teach you the secret of finding them all. Enter into my humanity. In her, you will find all their actions as in deposit. Those creatures for whom I have made a commitment to satisfy, on their behalf, my heavenly Father. You, continue to follow all my actions which were the acts of all. In this way, you will find all things. And you will return to me love for everything and for all. Everything is in me. Having acted for all, in me is the deposit of all things. And I give back to the Divine Father the duty of love for all. Whoever wants to can use me as a path to heaven. Then I entered into Jesus. And, with ease, I found all things and all people. Following the works of Jesus. I say, I love you. In every thought of creatures. On the flight of each look. In each sound of words. In each heartbeat. In every breath and affection. I love you in every drop of blood, in every action and every step. But who can say everything I've done and said? Many things cannot be said. Moreover, everything that could be said would be said very poorly compared to the way of saying when one is with Jesus. Then, saying I love you, I found myself in my body. I was thinking of Jesus in the garden when he said, Father, if it is possible, that this cup may pass away from me, however, let not my will but yours be done. Moving in me, my sweet Jesus said to me, my daughter, do you believe that it was in relation to the cup of my passion that I said to the Father, Father, if it is possible, that this cup passes away from me? Not at all. It was the cup of human will. It presented to me such bitterness and abundance of vices that it was in relation to her that my human will united with my divine will cried out, Father, if it is possible, that this cup may pass away from me. How ugly is the human will without the divine will, which, as in a cup, is found in every creature. There is no evil among generations, of which human will is not the principal. Seeing the holiness of my will covered with all the evils produced by the human will, I felt myself dying. In fact, I would have died if the Godhead had not supported me. And do you know why I said up to 3 times, let not my will but yours be done? I carried in me les volontés de toutes les creatures. Tous leurs péchés. Et, au nom de tous, j'ai écrit vers monde père. Que la volonté humaine n'efface plus sur la terre, mais la volonté divine. Que la volonté humaine soit bannie et que la chaîne regne. J'ai fait cette prière au tout début de ma passion. Car que ta volonté soit faite sur la terre comme au ciel était la chose la plus importante à mes yeux. C'est au nom de tout que j'ai dit. Let not my will, but yours be done. At that time, I constituted the era of the Fiat Voluntas Tua on earth. I have repeated this prayer 3 times. The first time I obtained the requested favor. The second time I brought him down to the earth, and the third time, I made her sovereign. By this prayer, I wanted emptying creatures of their human will and fill them with the divine will. Before I died, since I had only a few hours left, I wanted to negotiate with my Heavenly Father the main purpose for which I had come to earth. May the divine will have the first place in the creature. Man's first offense against the supreme will was to withdraw from it. All his other faults are secondary to this one. Consequently, I had to first perform the Fiat Voluntas Tua on earth as in heaven, to then accomplish the redemption through my sufferings. In fact, the redemption itself is secondary. It is always my will that takes precedence over everything. The fruits of the redemption appeared first. But it was by virtue of this contract that I made with my Divine Father. May His will reign over the earth. True purpose of creation and main purpose for which I came to earth. That man was able to receive the fruits of the redemption. Otherwise, my wisdom would have lacked order. The beginning of evil in man was in his will. It was this will that I had to order and restore. By remaking the union between the divine will and the human will. My will is like a king who, even if he has primacy over everything, comes last. Being preceded, for his honor and decorum, by his people, his army, his ministers, his princes, and the whole royal court. Thus, the fruits of the redemption were to be manifested first so that the majesty of my will could join his royal court, his people, his armies, his ministers. And do you know who was the first to cry out with me? Let not my will but yours be done? She was my little newborn of my will, my little girl, who felt so much repugnance and fear towards his will and who, trembling, clung to me, shouting with me, Father, if it is possible, that this cup of my will pass away from me. And, weeping, you added with me, let not my will but yours be done. Oh, yes. You were with me in that first contract with my Heavenly Father. Because at least one creature had to be a participant in order to validate the contract. If not, who could we have entrusted with this task? And, in order to make the custody of this contract safer, I gave you all the fruits of my passion as a gift, aligning them around you like a formidable army which, while the royal procession of my will was forming, made a fierce war against your will. So, courage in the state you are in. Discard the thought that I can leave you, it would be detrimental to my will since I must watch over the contract of my will deposited in you. So, stay in peace. It is my will that puts you to the test, wanting not only purify yourself, but also destroy even the shadow of your will. In complete tranquility, continue your flight in my will and don't worry about anything. Your Jesus will make sure that everything that may happen inside and outside of you has the effect of. May my will stand out even more and may the boundaries of my will be enlarged in your human will. I will ensure that peace dwells in you, that I may direct everything in you in accordance with my will. On earth, I was concerned only with doing the will of my Father. Since all things are there, I didn't care about anything else. If I prayed, it was for one thing. Let the divine will be done on earth as it is in heaven, including everything. I did nothing except according to the supreme will. My words, my pains, my works, and my heartbeat were filled with the heavenly will. And that's what I want for you. You must focus everything on my will by letting yourself be burned by His breath, to the point of losing all knowledge other than that of my will forever. I meditated on the mystery of flogging while sympathizing with my sweet Jesus who, in the midst of enemies, was brutalized, stripped naked and beaten. Coming out of my interior in the state in which he was during the flogging, my kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, do you want to know why I was undressed when I was scourged? In every mystery of my passion, I took care of myself. First to repair the separation between the human will and the divine will and secondly, to make reparation for the offenses arising from that separation. When, in the Garden of Eden, man broke the bonds that united his will to the supreme will, he undressed in the royal garment of my will, to clothe himself in the wretched rags of his will. Weak, fickle, and unfit to accomplish anything good, my will was a sweet enchantment for him. She kept him absorbed in a very soft light, making him know only his God from whom he came and which gave him countless benefits. He was so absorbed in so much generosity from his God that he had no thought for himself. Oh! How happy he was, and how the divinity revelled! By granting him particles of his being as much as a creature could receive, so that he might become like him. So as soon as man broke the union of our will with his, he lost his royal garment, as well as enchantment, light, and happiness. Looking at himself without the light of my will, without the enchantment that absorbed him, he came to know himself. And he felt embarrassed and fearful before his God. His nature felt the cold of his nakedness and the vital need to cover himself. While our will kept him in the haven of immense happiness, his will placed him in that of miseries. Before his fall, our will was everything to him. In her, he found everything. It was right that, having come out of our will and lived in her as our tender child, our will should satisfy all her needs. On the other hand, in wanting to live in his own will, he needed everything. For the human will did not have the capacity to provide for all its needs. It does not contain in it the fountain of good. Thus, he was forced to procure the necessities of his life through tribulations. Do you see what it means not to be united with our will? Oh! If all knew this, they would have only one desire, that our will come and reign on earth. If Adam had not withdrawn from the divine will, his nature would not have needed to dress in any way. He would not have felt embarrassed by his nudity. Nor would he have been prone to suffering from cold, heat, hunger and weakness. However, these natural inconveniences are almost nothing compared to the great goods that his soul had lost. So, my daughter, before being tied to the pillar to be scourged, I wanted to be undressed in order to suffer and repair for the nakedness of the man deprived of the royal garment of my will. I felt great confusion and pain when I saw myself undressed in front of enemies who mocked me. I wept over the nakedness of man and offered my nakedness to the Heavenly Father so that man could be dressed again in the royal garment of my will. And as a ransom, so that it is not refused to me, I offered my blood, my flesh torn to shreds. And I allowed myself to be stripped not only of my clothes, but also of my skin. I shed so much blood into this mystery, in no other have I shed so much to cover the man with a second garment, a garment of blood. To warm it up, to clean it and to dispose him to receive the royal garment of my will. Hearing this, surprised, I said to Jesus, "My kind Jesus, how is it that after withdrawing from your will, man became embarrassed and frightened, and felt the need to clothe himself? Yet you who have always done the will of the Heavenly Father, one with him, and your mother who has never known her own will, you both needed clothes and food and felt the cold and heat." He replied, "It was really like that, my daughter. If man felt embarrassed by his nakedness and was subject to all kinds of natural miseries, it was because he had lost the enchantment of my will. Even if it was her soul that did the evil and not her body, the latter was indirectly complicit in her sick will and remained as desecrated by her. Both, his soul and body, suffered the pain of the evil committed. As for me, of course, I have always fulfilled the supreme will. But I didn't come in innocent men as before the fault, but in sinful men with all kinds of miseries. I wanted to associate myself with them, taking upon me all their miseries and by subjecting me to all the necessities of their lives, as if I were one of them. If I had wanted to, I would not have needed it. Nothing, no clothes, no food, nothing else. But I did not want to use this out of love for men. I wanted to sacrifice myself in everything, even in the most innocent things created by me, in order to prove to men my ardent love. It served me to implore from my Divine Father that, For the sake of me and my will completely sacrificed for him. He wants to give back to man the noble royal garment of our will. Because of the usual absence of my kind good, I felt overwhelmed in bitterness. Deprived that I was of the one who, alone, can be the sun, the warmth, the smile, and the happiness of my poor soul. Without him, it's night, I remain paralyzed by the cold, I am unhappy. Moving within me, my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, courage, do not let you be overwhelmed by overwhelm. If you knew how much I suffer from seeing you suffer. I suffer so much that, in order not to see you suffering, I plunge you into sleep. However, I dwell close to you, I do not leave you. While you sleep, I do for you what we would do together if you were awake, since it is not you who wants to sleep, but myself who plunges you into sleep. Do you see how much I love you? If you knew how much I suffer when I see you wake up restless because you did not perceive that I was very close to you, having myself fallen asleep while you were tormented by my absence. It is true that you suffer, but I too suffer. Meanwhile, my will flows within you and, tightening you more, it makes our union even more stable. Courage, and remember that you are my little boat in my will and that the divine will is not a sea of water with ports and shores where boats and passengers stop to rest and have fun and from where many do not even return to the sea. The sea of my will is a sea of light and fire, without a port or shore. Therefore, there is no stopover for my small boat. You must navigate unceasingly and at such speed that you can embrace eternity in each of your heartbeats and actions, so that they are connected to each other's heartbeats and actions. You will tour eternity in each of your heartbeats. You will take everything and bring us back everything that comes from the divinity, so that she can receive at the same time as she gives. My little boat has the task of sailing in the immense sea of my will in order to pay us back for everything that comes from us. However, if you let yourself be overwhelmed by overwhelm, you lose the attention you need for your tours. Not feeling joined by the quick tours of my little boat, the sea of my will consumes you more. And you are more agitated because of my absence. But if you keep sailing, you are like a gentle breeze that, while it brings a refreshment to our fire, serves you to soften the torment from which you suffer because of my absence. I totally surrendered myself to God's holy will, saying to myself, by her Fiat Creator, the divinity formed the whole universe by which she manifests. Through everything created, his love for men. By its second Fiat, the Fiat of redemption, God has visited us giving life to each of the acts of the eternal Word. The Fiat of creation and that of redemption are linked, each being like the echo of the other. On the other hand, my adorable Jesus told me several times that the third Fiat is necessary, so that the works of creation and redemption may be completed. I was wondering how this will be done. As I thought so, my kind Jesus, moving within me, said to me, my daughter, if, by his Fiat Creator, the Eternal Father, showed so much love for humanity through all created things, it was right that I, his son, I do so many acts to reward him for his love, interweaving his Fiat with mine. For another Fiat, both human and divine, to rise from the earth to give him a return of love from all creatures. Until I come to earth, the Fiat manifested throughout all of creation was alone. But, when I came, he was no longer alone. And my first task was to manifest to my Father as many deeds as he had done in creation. Thus, by my own Fiat, the Fiat of creation had a gentle and harmonious companion. But the Eternal does not want to limit himself to these two Fiats. He wants a third one. And, this one, it is you who must realize it. That is why, time and again, I pulled you out of your body and I have placed you in the Fiats of creation and redemption in such a way that you can take flight there. And since you have to intertwine your Fiat with ours, the more you act in our Fiats, the sooner you will reach the goal. By the Fiat of creation, several wonderful and beautiful things came out of us. Through the Fiat of redemption, there was satisfaction for all the deeds of the creatures, taking them by the hand and bringing them back into the womb of the Heavenly Father. Similarly, the third fiat will have to travel its route and manifest its effects. My will known, loved, and reigning on earth. Each of your acts that you will intertwine with our fiats will be a human kiss that you will give them. A strengthening of the link between the human will and the divine will, so that the latter can be known and establish his royal domination among men. Everything consists in making known the divine will, the rest will come by oneself. That's why I've often recommended you to write everything I was teaching you about my will, because knowledge is the way and because the resulting light serves as a trumpet to make it heard by those who listen. And the more the trumpet resonates, and it resonates all the more as it has knowledge to manifest, more people will rush to it. Knowledge takes attitude. Sometimes from the preacher, sometimes from the teacher, sometimes from the father, sometimes of the passionate lover. In short, knowledge has all the means in its power to enter into hearts, conquer them and triumph over all things. And the more vast this knowledge, the more means it has at its disposal. Confused by what I heard, I said, "My sweet love, you know how miserable I am and what state I am in. I feel that it is impossible for me to take the same path as the fiats of creation and redemption by my actions." Jesus repeated, "Wouldn't our fiats contain all the power they want? If they had it for creation and redemption, how would they be unable to act in you? What we need is your will. I'm going to engrave my fiat in yours, just as I engraved my divine fiat in the will of my humanity. We will proceed in the same way. My will can do anything. Through my omnipresence, she will introduce you to all the acts of creation and redemption. And you, by your actions, you will easily intertwine the third fiat with the other two. Aren't you happy?" While he was talking to me about his will, my adorable Jesus disappeared as if overshadowed by a great light, much like the stars disappear under the dazzling sun. I said to him, "Jesus, my life, does not speak to me of your will. For in doing so, you eclipse yourself within his light and I remain alone. How is it that your will makes me lose my life, my all?" Jesus continued, "My daughter, my humanity has a lesser greatness than my eternal will. It has its borders. Consequently, when my infinite will approaches you with its knowledge, my humanity is as if eclipsed by this light. That is why you do not see me. However, I always remain in you and I enjoy seeing my little newborn of my will overshadowed by the same light that eclipses my humanity. We are together but, because our sight is blurred by the dazzling light of the Supreme Will, we cannot see each other. I felt very oppressed because of the absence of my sweet Jesus, and also for other reasons that need not be put on paper. As I felt like I was about to succumb, my beloved Jesus moved within me and hugged me to give me strength, and he said to me, 'My daughter, my will is the life and movement of everything. But do you know who takes flight in my eternal will in a way? To be able to move like her in the sphere of eternity. To be wherever she is and to do everything she does? It is the soul completely abandoned in my holy will. Abandonment gives the wings to be able to fly in my will. If the abandonment ceases, the soul loses its flight and its wings are destroyed. All feel the motion, the life of my will. For there is no movement that does not come from me. But many remain at the point where they are. Only those who have the wings of abandonment in me and who follow the flow of my will hover above everything, both in heaven and on earth. They enter the sphere of eternity. They move within the three divine persons, they penetrate into their most intimate hiding places, and they know their secrets and their beatitudes. This happens as for an engine that has its main wheel in the center with several other small wheels around and remaining motionless. When the main wheel turns, the small wheels perceive the motion, but cannot touch the main wheel. They know nothing about what the main wheel does or what goods it contains. But there is a small wheel, not motionless, which, by means of a special mechanism, rotates continuously by making its tour in the middle of all the small wheels, and then join each motion of the main wheel end. Start your tour again in the middle of the small wheels. The little wheel in motion knows what's in the main wheel end, takes part in the goods it contains. The main wheel is my will. Small immobile wheels are souls, left to themselves and who are thus immobile in the good. The little wheel in motion is the soul that lives in my will. And the special mechanism is the total abandonment in me. Thus, every lack of surrender in me is a tour that you lose in the sphere of eternity. Oh! If you knew what it means to lose an eternal tour. Hearing this, I said to him, but tell me, my love, what does eternity mean and what are these eternal tours? Jesus continued. My daughter, eternity is such an immense circle that no one can know where it begins and where it ends. In this circle, there is God. Without beginning and without end, and possessing infinitely happiness, bliss, joy, wealth, beauty, etc. At each of the divine acts, which never cease, God emits from the divine circle new happiness, new beauties, new beatitudes, etc. Each new act is an act never interrupted, although the acts are different from each other. Our contentments are always new. Our beatitudes are so numerous that, while we enjoy one, another presents itself and surprises us. It's always like that and it never stops. Our deeds are eternal, immense, just as we are. And what is eternal has the virtue of always bringing forth new things. What is old and things that are repeated do not exist in what is eternal. But do you know who, in heaven, participates the most to this continual novelty that never runs out? The person who has practiced the most good on earth. This good is like the seed that brings him knowledge, beatitudes, joys, beauty, love, goodness, etc. Following the good that she has practiced on earth, in harmony with our various beatitudes, she approaches us and fills herself with big sips of this beatitude of which she carries the seed, to the point of overflowing. It participates in all that the circle of eternity entails, it is filled with it in accordance with the seeds acquired on earth. It happens like someone who has learned music, or a trade, or a science. When music is played, many listen and enjoy, but who understands, feels all these notes of joy or sadness invade his intelligence and descend into his heart, feels all penetrated by the scenes that this music evokes. The one who studied, who worked hard to learn. Others enjoy but don't understand. Their pleasure is in what resonates in their ears, but their interior remains empty. This is the case for the one who has studied science. Who benefits the most? Is it the one who studied and applied his intelligence to understand well, or the one who only looked? The one who has studied can make a fair profit from it, he can occupy different positions, while the other can only be content to see things concerning the sciences. That is the case for all other things. If this is true for the things of earth, it is even more true for those of heaven, where justice weighs with scales of love. All the little good deeds done by the creature, to which it grants endless happiness, joy, and beauty. And what will it be then for the soul that has lived in my will, where all its actions are as an eternal and divine seed? The circle of eternity will pour over her to such an extent that the whole heavenly Jerusalem will be stunned, celebrate new feasts, and receive new glory. I felt embittered because of the absence of my eminent and only God. I had the feeling that everything was over for me, that the one who is my whole life would not come back, and that the whole past had been an illusion. Oh! If it had been in my power, I would have burned all the writings so that no trace remains about me. My nature also felt the painful effect of this, but it is useless to put on paper everything I was going through because, cruelly, paper also does not have a word of comfort for me and does not give me back the one after whom I long so much. On the contrary, by telling these things, my pains become even more bitter. Having said that, I will continue. While I was in such a lamentable state, my ever-kind Jesus showed himself with a stick of fire in his hand, telling me, "My daughter, where do you want me to hit you with this stick? I want to hit the world and, therefore, I come to you to see how many blows you want to receive, the rest having to go to the creatures. So, tell me, where do you want me to hit you? Embittered as I was, I replied. Hit me where you want, I don't want to know anything but your will. He said, I want you to tell me where you want me to hit you. I continued, No, I will never tell you that, I want you to hit me where you want. Jesus asked me the same thing again and, seeing that I continued to answer, I only want your will. He said, Don't you even want to tell me where you want me to hit you? Then, without more, he hit me. His blows were painful, but as they came from the hands of Jesus, they infused me with life, strength, and trust. After he had hit me and I felt all beaten, I clung to his neck and, bringing my mouth closer to his, I tried to suck. Then a very sweet liquid came into my mouth which comforted me a lot. But that wasn't what I was looking for, I wanted his bitterness. He had so much in his most holy heart. Afterwards, I said to him, My love, what a difficult fate mine is, your absence kills me and the fear that I may distance myself from your will crushes me. Tell me, in what way have I offended you? Why are you leaving me? And even if you are with me at this moment, I do not think that you have come to stay with me as before, but that you are only passing through. Ah! How can I be without you, my life? Tell me. Then I burst into tears. Pressing me against him, he said to me, my poor daughter, courage, your Jesus does not leave you. Nor should you fear that you may come out of my will, for your will is chained to my immutability. At the most, these are thoughts, impressions that you feel, but not real deeds. In fact, since the immutability of my will is in you, if your will was about to leave mine, you would feel the firmness and strength of my immutability and your will would be even more chained to mine. Besides, would you have forgotten that I am not only in your heart, but in the whole world, and that from your interior I direct the destiny of all creatures? What you feel is nothing but how the world behaves with me and the pains it gives me. Since I am in you, these things are reflected on you. Ah! My daughter, how much the world gives us to suffer. But come, courage. When I see that you can no longer take it, I leave everything and I come to my daughter to comfort her and comfort myself from the sorrows that the world gives me. Having said that, he disappeared. I was strengthened, yes, but with so much melancholy, to the point of feeling dying. I felt like I was immersed in a bath of bitterness and afflictions, so much so that I didn't have the strength to say to Jesus, come back. Then, while I was doing my usual prayers, my beloved Jesus came back and said to me, my daughter, tell me why you are so melancholy. See, I come back from the midst of creatures with tears in my eyes, my heart pierced, betrayed by many, and I said to myself, let us go to my daughter, my little newborn of my will, so that she may dry out my tears. Through her actions in my will, she will give me love and everything that others do not give me. I will rest in her and comfort her with my presence. But I find you so melancholy that I have to put my pains aside to take care of relieving yours. Don't you know that cheerfulness is to the soul what are perfume for her flowers, condiments for her food, the good look for her people, ripeness for her fruits, the sun for her plants? Also, by this melancholy, you did not let me find a perfume that can comfort me, nor a tasty food, nor a ripe fruit. Rather, you are sluggish to move me with pity. Poor girl, courage, cling to me, don't be afraid. I clung to him. I would have liked to burst into tears and I felt my voice suffocate, but I armed myself with force, broke my tears and said to him, Jesus, my love, my pains are nothing compared to yours. So let's look at your pain, if you don't want to add more bitterness to mine. Let me dry your tears and share with me the pains of your heart. He shared with me his sorrows and showed me the grave sins present in the world and those to come. He disappeared. I was totally immersed in the divine holy will. As the smallest of all creatures, I placed myself at the head of all generations, even going back to the time before the creation of Adam and Eve. In such a way that, before they have sinned, I can make reparation to the divine majesty. Since in the divine will there is neither past nor future, everything being present. And also in such a way that, being very small, I can approach the divine majesty to plead before her and do my little deeds in her will. To cover all the acts of creatures and to be able to link the human will to the divine will so that they become one. However, given my annihilation, my misery, and my extreme smallness, I said to myself, instead of placing myself at the head of all in the most holy will, I should rather place myself behind everyone, even behind the last man to come. Indeed, since I am the most abject and miserable of all creatures, it is the last place that suits me. Then my beloved Jesus came out of my interior and, taking my hand, he said to me, "My little girl, in my will, toddlers must be at the head of all. Even more, in my womb. The one who must plead, repair and unite our will, not only with her own, but with those of all, must be close to us and if united to us, that it receives all the radiances of the divinity in order to reproduce them in it. His thoughts, his words, his works, his steps, his love must be those of all and for all. And as our will covers all creatures, that in our will, your thoughts be the thoughts of all generations, and the same for your actions and your love. That, in the power of our will, your thoughts, actions, and love become like this. Antidotes, defenders, lovers, operators, etc. If you knew with what love our Heavenly Father awaits you and what joy He feels when He sees you, very little. Lay all of creation on His lap in order to give Him a return for everything. He thus feels the glory, joys and contentments expected at the time of creation. That is why it is necessary that you come to the head of all. Afterwards, you will make a tour in our will. Then you'll go behind everyone. You will place them as on your lap and take them all into our womb. And we, seeing them covered with your deeds done in our will, we will welcome them with more love. And we will be more willing to bind our will with those of creatures, so that our will may regain its full dominion. So, courage. Toddlers get lost in the crowd, and that is why you must move forward in order to fulfill the mission entrusted to you in our will. In our will, toddlers have no thoughts for themselves. They also have no personal things. But they have everything in common with the Heavenly Father. In the same way that all enjoy the sun when they are under its light, since it was created by God for the good of all. All also enjoy the actions performed by the little girl of our will, who, more than the sun, radiates on all. For the sun of the eternal will to manifest itself again in accordance with the purpose for which all generations were created. So do not lose yourself in the abundance of your miseries and your abjection. But think only of your function as the whole small of our will. And be attentive to accomplish your mission well. I was thinking about everything I've written in the last few days. I thought to myself that these were not necessary or serious things and that I could well have refrained from putting them on paper. But that I had done so only out of obedience and that it was my duty to say my fiat for that too. As I entertained these thoughts, my beloved Jesus said to me, "My daughter, everything I told you was necessary to make known the way of living in my will. By not writing everything, you would have made sure that some indications of how to live in my will have been lacking. For example, about the abandonment necessary for life in my will. If the soul did not live completely abandoned in my will, she would be like someone who would live in a sumptuous palace, but who would spend his time either to look out the windows, either to go out on the balconies, or to go down to the main door. Thus, it would be only rarely and quickly that he would pass through certain rooms, therefore, he would know little on how to live and act there, on the goods therein, on what he could do or leave there. As a result, he would not love the palace as he should, and he would not value it. for the soul that lives in my will and is not completely abandoned to it. Thoughts and care centered on herself. Fears and troubles are like windows, balconies, and a main door that she erects there. Through her frequent outings, she is led to see and feel the miseries of human life. Because the miseries are his personal property while the riches of my will are mine. The soul becomes more attached to miseries than to riches. Thus, she does not come to love and does not savor what it is to live in my will. Having erected its own main door. One day or another she will leave to live in the miserable slum of her own will. See, then, how total surrender in me is necessary to live in my will. My will does not need the miseries of the human will. She wants the creature to live in my will, all beautiful and as it came out of my womb. Otherwise, there would be disparity. This would bring sadness as much in my will as in the human will. Do you see how necessary it is to make people understand that total surrender is necessary to live in my will? And you say that it is not necessary to write about it. I have compassion for you. Because you don't see what I see. Because so you take it lightly. However, in my omnivgiveness, I see that these writings will be for my church like a new sun that will rise in it. Attracted by its dazzling light, creatures will let themselves be transformed and become spiritualized and deified, the church will be renewed and the face of the earth transformed. The doctrine on my will is the purest and most beautiful. Suffering no shadow from matter or personal interests, both in the natural order and in the supernatural order. Like the sun, it will be the most penetrating, the most fruitful, the most desired and appreciated. Being light, by herself she will be understood and will make her way. It will not be subject to doubts, suspicion or error. And if some words were not understood, it would be because my will exudes too much light which, eclipsing the human intellect, does not allow men to understand the truth in all its magnitude. However, they will not find any word that is not truth. At most, they will be unable to fully understand them. So, with regard to the good that I see, I invite you not to neglect anything in the writings. A word, an expression, a comparison about my will can be as a dew beneficial to souls. As dew is beneficial for plants after a hot sunny day, or like heavy rain after months of drought. You can't understand all the good, the light, and the strength that every word contains. But your Jesus knows it. And he knows who they will be able to benefit from and the good they will be able to accomplish. While he was telling me this, he showed me a table in the middle of a church and all the writings about the divine will placed on it. Several venerable people surrounded the table and were transformed into light and deified. And when these people walked, they communicated this light to anyone who approached them. Then Jesus added, "From heaven you will see the great good of my will when the church receives this heavenly nourishment that will strengthen and resurrect her triumphantly." I was thinking of the sufferings of the most holy heart of Jesus. Oh! How much our sufferings fade when compared to his. My ever-kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the sufferings of my heart are indescribable and inconceivable to the human creature. You must know that each beat of my heart brought me a new and distinct suffering from others. Human life is a continual palpitation. If the heartbeat stops, life stops. Imagine the torrents of suffering that the beating of my heart brought me, and this, until the last moment of my earthly life. From the moment of my conception until my last breath, my heart did not spare me, constantly bringing me new sufferings. You must also know that my divinity, which was inseparable from my humanity and watched over it, not only let into my heart a new suffering with each of its beats, but also let in new joys, new contentments, new harmonies, heavenly secrets. If I was rich in pain, my heart enclosing immense seas of suffering, I was also rich in happiness, infinite joys and incomparable sweetness. I would have died of pain at my first heartbeat if the divinity, loving my heart with infinite love, had not let every beat resonate in duplicate inside me. Suffering and joy, bitterness and sweetness, death and life, humiliation and glory, human abandonment and divine comfort. Oh! If you could see into my heart! Thou shalt see concentrated in it all imaginable sufferings, from which creatures are resurrected to a new life, as well as all the contentments and all the divine riches that flow in him like rivers and that are poured out for the good of the whole human family. But who can enjoy the most from these immense treasures of my heart? The one who suffers more. For every suffering of the creature, there is in my heart a particular joy accompanying that suffering. Suffering makes the soul more dignified, more lovable, more sympathetic. My heart drew upon him all divine sympathies by virtue of the sufferings he endured. When I see suffering in a heart, suffering being a special characteristic of my heart, filled with love, I pour on this heart the joys and contentments contained in my heart. However, when my heart wants to let my joys accompany the pain that I send to a creature, but do not find in her the love of suffering and true resignation as that contained in my own heart, my joys do not find the way to enter into this suffering heart and sorrowful, I let these joys return to me. On the other hand, when I find a soul resigned and in love with suffering, it becomes as regenerated in my heart. And oh! Like sufferings and joys, bitterness and sweetness alternate in it. I do not retain anything of all the goods that I can pour into her. I merged into the divine will in my usual way, in order to join all created things, to give God a return of love in my personal name and in the name of all. In doing so, I thought, my Jesus says that he created everything out of love for me and for everyone. How is this possible, since there are many created things that I do not even know, so many fish that walk in the sea, so many birds that fly in the air, so many plants, so many flowers, such a wide variety of beauties throughout the universe? Who knows all these things? So if I don't know them, especially me who has been confined to bed for so many years, how can he say that all things created are for me, marked by the seal of his I love you? While I was thinking like this, my sweet Jesus moved in me, reaching out as if to listen to me, and he said to me, my daughter, it is true that everything created manifests a distinct love for you. It's also true that you don't know all of them, but it doesn't mean anything. On the contrary, it reveals to you even more my love and tells you in clear notes that my I love you is both near and far, both hidden and visible. I do not act like creatures who, when they are close, are all love, and who, as soon as they move away, become cold and can no longer love. My love is stable, it has only one sound ever interrupted, I love you. You know the sunlight well. You receive its light and warmth as much as you desire. However, a lot of light passes by, to the point that it submerges the whole earth. If you desired more light, the sun would give it to you, even all its light. All the sunlight tells you my I love you, both the one that is close and the one that is far away. Covering the whole earth, she plays for you the little sonata of my I love you. However, you don't know, nor the paths it takes, nor the lands it illuminates, nor the people who enjoy its beneficial influence. Even if you don't know everything that sunlight does, you're in it, and if you don't take it all, it's because you lack the ability to absorb it totally. Despite this, you can't say that all the sunlight doesn't tell you I love you. She even makes a greater display of love since, by covering the whole earth, she says my I love you to all. It's the same for all drops of water. You can't drink them all and lock them all in you, but, despite this, you can't say that not all of them tell you my I love you. This is the case for all things created, whether they are known to you or unknown, they all have the mark of my I love you. Because all contribute the harmony of the universe, to the magnificence of creation, to the knowledge of the know-how of our creative hand. I act like a rich and tender father who loves his son very much. As he had to leave his father's house to take his place in life, the father prepared a sumptuous palace for him with countless rooms, each containing a little something that could be useful to his son. Since these rooms are very numerous, the son cannot see them all simultaneously. Even more, he does not know them all, because no reason to visit them has arisen. In spite of this, it cannot be denied that each room manifests a particular paternal love for the son, the paternal goodness having provided all kinds of things for the Son, whether they serve him or not. This is how I do it. This Son came out of my womb and I wanted him not to miss anything. More than that, I have created a wide variety of things. Some having such taste, others such as other. But all of them have a unique sound, I love you. As a result of everything my sweet Jesus had told me about his most holy will, I thought, how is it possible that there has not been a single soul who has lived in the divine will before today and that I am the first? Who could say how many other people have lived before me in a much more perfect and active way than me? While I was thinking like this, my ever-kind Jesus moved within me and he said to me, "My daughter, why don't you want to acknowledge the grace I have given you by calling you with a very special and new way to live in my will? Since living in my will is the most important thing, the one I care about most. If there had been before you another soul who had the chance to live in my will, he would have had the knowledge concerning this life, lived its attractions and knew its benefits. Then I would have used my power to shine through it the sublime way of life in my will. I would have held this soul so stuck that it could not have resisted manifesting to others everything I would have wanted. Just as there are maxims and teachings about resignation, patience, obedience, etc., there would also have been concerning life in my will. It would have been very strange if I had kept hidden the thing that is most important to me. The more a person likes something, the more he wants to make it known. The more satisfaction and glory I have a way of life, the more I want it to be known. It is not in the nature of true love to hide what can make others happy and rich. If you knew how much I desired this time when my newborn of my will would be born, what procession of graces I have prepared in order to reach the goal, you would be stunned and more grateful and attentive. Ah! You don't know what it means to live in my will. This means that the pure joys expected at the creation of man happen to me. This means the disappearance of all the bitterness that treacherous man has been giving me since almost the dawn of creation. It means a continual exchange between the human will and the divine will while the soul, fearing its will, lives from mine and may mine fill it with joys, love and infinite goods. Oh! How happy I feel! To be able to give all that I desire to this soul. There is no longer a division between her and me, but a stable union. In action, thought and love. For my will does what is necessary for everything. Thus, we live in perfect harmony and in communion of goods. This was the goal of creating man. That he lives as our own child and that all our property be shared with him. That he may be fully happy and that we may rejoice in his happiness. Life in my will is what was expected at creation, with its flow of continual joys and feasts. And you say that I should have kept this hidden in my church? I would have turned heaven and earth upside down. I would have filled hearts with irresistible force so that the true fulfillment of creation might be known. Do you see how much I care about life in my will? She places my seal on all my works so that all of them are completed. Maybe it seems to you to be nothing or that there are similar things in my church. No. For me, this is the whole of my works. You must appreciate it as such and be more attentive to accomplishing the mission I have entrusted to you. I was thinking about what I wrote above and I was thinking, how is it possible that the Lord blessed, after so many centuries, has not tasted the pure joys of creation and may he wait for life to be established on earth in the divine will in order to know again these joys and the corresponding glory? When will the goal for which everything was created be achieved? As I thought about this and other things, my sweet Jesus showed himself in me, and through a light he was sending into my intellect, he said to me, "My daughter, the pure joys of creation, my innocent pleasures with creatures, I have tasted them, but at intervals, not continuously. When, in a person, great joys are not continuous, this causes suffering, makes us languish after the return of these joys and makes it ready to make any sacrifice so that they become permanent. We have tasted the pure joys of creation when, after having created everything, we have created man and this, until he sins. Between him and us, there was a perfect understanding, common joys, innocent rejoicing. Our arms were always open for kiss him. Give him new joys and new graces. It was a continual feast for us and for him. Giving is for us joy, happiness, and rejoicing. But when, while sinning, man broke the union of his will with ours, these joys ceased. For the fullness of our will was no longer in him. The ability to give to him incessantly had disappeared. We tasted again the pure joys of creation when, after several centuries, the Immaculate Virgin was born. Since it was preserved from the very shadow of sin, possessed the fullness of our will, and that between his will and ours there was no shadow of division, our innocent joys and rejoicing came back to us. She brought us all the feasts of creation. We enriched it at every moment with new graces, new contentments and new beauties. To the point that she couldn't take more. But this Empress creature did not stay on earth for long. When she passed to heaven, there were no more creatures here on earth perpetuating our joys of creation. During the stay on the land of my beloved mother, the divinity, overflowing with love for this creature so holy, gave him divine fruitfulness and conceived me in his virginal womb so that I could do the great work of redemption. My life on earth was another reason for us to taste the joys of creation. If it had not been for this wonderful Virgin, who lived such a perfect life in my will, the eternal Word would never have come to earth to achieve the redemption of mankind. So understand that the thing, the largest, the most important, the most pleasant and the one that attracts God the most is life in my will. And that he who lives in this will conquers God and leads him to make gifts so great that they astonish heaven and earth, gifts that, for centuries, could not be made. Oh! As my humanity, which contained the very life of the Supreme Will. In fact, it was inseparable from me, brought to the divinity, in a perfect way. All joys, glory, the return of love from all creation. The divinity was so delighted that she gave me primacy over all things as well as the right to judge all creatures. Oh! What good it was for the creatures, since one of their own, who loved them so much and had suffered in order to bring them to safety, had to be their judge. Seeing in me the complete realization of creation, the divinity, as if renouncing all her rights, granted me all rights over all creatures. But when my humanity passed to heaven, there was no one left on earth to perpetuate full life in the divine will, that is, someone who, elevated above all and all, in our will, brings us the pure joys of creation and let us continue our innocent amusements with an earthly creature. Thus, our joys were interrupted. Our broken entertainment on the face of the earth. Hearing this, I said, "My Jesus, how is this possible? It is true that our mother and your humanity have passed into heaven, but have you not taken the joys with you? To continue your innocent entertainment in heaven with your heavenly Father?" Jesus answered me, "The joys of heaven are our own and no one can take them away from us or diminish them. But those that come to us from the earth, we are in the act of acquiring them, which puts us before the possibility of victory or defeat. This is how the joys of acquisition are formed. And, if there is defeat, suffering ensues. Now to us, my daughter. When I came to earth, man was, if engulfed in evil and if filled with his human will, that life in my will could not find a place in him. Also, in my redemption, I first implored man to have the grace of resignation to my will, for in the state in which he was unable to receive the greatest gift, that of life in my will. Then I implored for him the greatest of all graces, the coronation and fulfillment of all graces, the grace of life in my will, so that our pure joys of creation and our innocent amusements resume their course on the surface of the earth. Nearly 20 centuries have passed since the true and pure joys of creation were interrupted for us, since we have not found the desired potential. The total stripping of the human will, in order to be able to deposit life in our will. In order to achieve this, we had to choose a creature that was very close to human generations. If I had chosen my mom as an example, people would have felt very distant from her and would have said, how could she not live in the divine will? Since it was free of any stain, even the original stain. So, we would have shrugged our shoulders and put everything aside. And if I had taken my humanity as an example, people would have been even more frightened and would have said, he was God and man, and since the divine will was his own life, it is not surprising that he lived in the supreme will. Thus, that this divine will may be brought to life in my church, I had to go down lower and choose a creature from among them. Giving him enough graces and making my way into his soul, I had to empty it of everything. Make her understand the great evil of the human will so that she abhors it, to the point of being ready to die rather than to do her own will. Then, taking the attitude of a teacher, I made him understand all the beauty, power, the effects and the value of life in my eternal will, as well as the way to live in it. I have deposited in her the law of my will. I acted as in a second redemption in which I established a gospel, the sacraments and teachings as a starting point, in order to be able to carry out this redemption. If I had not placed anything as foundations, what could the creatures have clung to? How do you know what to do? This is how I did with you. How many teachings have I not given you? How many times have I not led you by the hand into flights in my will? And you, hovering over all creation, brought his pure joys to the feet of the divinity, and we had fun with you. Because we have chosen a creature that is seemingly undifferential from the others, the latter will take courage and seer the teachings, the way, and the great good that life entails in my will, they will set to work. Then the pure joys of creation and our innocent entertainment will no longer be interrupted on the face of the earth. And even if there were only one person in each generation who lives in our will, it would always be a celebration for us. When there is a party, there are always more events and we give more generously. Oh! How much good these people will get for the earth while their Creator revels in his domains. So, my dear daughter, be attentive to my teachings. For everything amounts to letting me form a law. Not an earthly law, but a heavenly law. Not a law of mere holiness, but a divine law, which will no longer make it possible to distinguish earthly citizens from those of heaven, a law of love which, destroying all that could prevent the union of creatures with their Creator, will allow the sharing of all the goods of my will with creatures, removing from them all the weaknesses and miseries resulting from original sin. The law of my will put so much strength in souls, that it will be for them a sweet enchantment and will plunge into sleep the weaknesses of their nature, by replacing them with the sweet enchantments of divine goods. Remember, every time you have seen me write in the depths of your soul, this was the new law of life in my will. First, I took pleasure in writing it to increase your capacity. Then I took the attitude of a teacher to explain it to you. How many times have you not seen me taciturn and thoughtful in the depth of your soul? It was the great art of my will that I formed in you. And you, not seeing me speak, complained that I no longer loved you. Ah! It was precisely at this moment that, pouring into you, my will increased your abilities, confirmed you in her, and loved you the most. So, do not examine anything I do in you, but remain peaceful, always in my will. Feeling immersed in the divine will, I thought to myself, how many other things must my sweet Jesus not say to other souls about his will? If he has said so many things to me, who is so unworthy and incapable, how many should he not say to others who are much better than me? Moving in me, my kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, the foundations and all the goods of the redemption have been deposited by me in the heart of my dear mother. Indeed, since she was the first to live in my will and, consequently, the one in whom I was conceived, it was right that she should be the custodian of all the goods of the redemption. And when I became involved in my public life, I didn't have to add a single comma to what my mother already had. Likewise, the apostles and the whole church had nothing to add to what I said and did when I was on earth. The church has not added any other gospel and has not instituted any other sacrament. She always taught only what I did and said. It is necessary that the one who is called to be the first receives all the foundations and all the teachings to be transmitted subsequently to all generations. It is true that the Church has commented on the Gospels and has written much about all that I have done and said, but she has never strayed from the source, from my original teachings. It will be the same with regard to my will. I will place in you all the foundations and teachings necessary for the eternal law of my will to be well understood. And when the Church takes it upon itself to give explanations and comments on this law, it will never depart from the primary source formed by me. And if anyone wanted to deviate from this, he would be without light, in a deep darkness. And if he desired light, he would be forced to return to the source of my teachings deposited in you. Hearing this, I said to him, My sweet love, when kings make laws, they call their ministers as witnesses of these laws, which they deposit in their hands so that they may publish them so that people can read and observe them. I'm not a minister, I'm very small and good for nothing. Jesus repeated, I am not like the kings of the earth who negotiate with the great. I like to deal with toddlers better because they are more docile, do not attribute anything to themselves and rely only on my kindness. I have nevertheless chosen one of my ministers to accompany you in your present condition and, even though you have asked me a lot to free you from his daily visits, I have not listened to you. And even if you were no longer subject to falling into this state, I will not allow you to be deprived of his help. The reason for one of my ministers to accompany you is that he be fully informed of the law of my will. He is the witness and custodian and that as a faithful minister of my church, he may make known this great good. As a result of this conversation, I was so immersed in the divine will that I felt like I was in a huge sea. My mind was swimming in it and I was taking a drop of divine will here, another there. The knowledge about him poured so much into me that I didn't have the ability to receive them all. I said to myself, how deep, high, immense, and holy is your will, O my Jesus! You want to bring together everything that concerns her, and I, as a little girl, drown in it. Therefore, if you want me to understand what you want me to understand, infuse it into me little by little. In this way, I will be able to communicate this knowledge to those you want. Jesus continued. My daughter, my will is indeed immense, it contains everything of eternity. If you knew the good that can contain a simple word about it or a single action done in her, you would be astonished. By a simple action done in my will, the creature holds heaven and earth as in his power. My will is the life of everything and flows everywhere. It circulates in every affection, every heartbeat, every thought, in everything creatures do. It flows in every act of the Creator, in every good I do, in the light that I send to the intelligence, in the forgiveness I grant, in the love I give, in the souls that I ignite, in the blessed whom I beatify, in everything. There is no good emanating from me, nor any point of eternity where my will does not occupy at least a small place. Oh! How precious my will is to me, how I feel inseparable from me. Therefore, vogue in it. And thou shalt touch with your own hands what I say to you. While he was saying this, I plunged into the immense sea of his will, and I sailed there, sailed. But who can say it all? I sailed everywhere and was able to touch with my own hands what Jesus was telling me, but I am unable to write it down. If Jesus wants me to do it, he will give me more abilities. For now, I'll stop here. As I prayed, I felt my kind Jesus in me. Praying at a time. Suffering to another end. Working on another. He often called me by name and I told him, Jesus, what do you want? What do you do? You seem to me very busy and very suffering. And when you call me, busy with your concerns, you forget you called me and you don't tell me anything. Jesus answered me, my daughter, I am very busy. For I bring all the data of life into my will. It is necessary that I do this first in you. And while I am doing it, I illuminate your whole interior with the infinite light of my will, so that your little human will is fully united with mine, and receives all goods, which she wants to give to the human will. You must know that when the Godhead created mankind, she unfolded all that she was going to give to man. His gifts, his graces, his caresses, his kisses and the love she was going to show him. In the same way that she had delivered to him the sun, the stars, the azure of the heavens, and all other things, she had also put away all the gifts with which she was to enrich her soul. When man withdrew from the supreme will, he rejected all these gifts. But the divinity did not erase these totally. She left them hanging in the divine will while waiting for the human will to return to the original order by reattaching itself to the will of God. This is how are suspended in my will refined love, kisses, caresses, the gifts, communications, and my innocent pleasures that I would have experienced with Adam if he had not sinned. By restoring the law of life in my will wants to deliver all these goods, which she decreed to give to the creatures and which are in suspense between the Creator and the creatures. That is why I work in you to connect your human will to the divine will. I take so much to heart this restoration of harmony between the human will and the divine will that, until I get it, I feel as if my creation did not correspond at all to my original purpose. Know that if I have fulfilled creation, it wasn't because I needed her. I was happy enough in myself. If I realized it, it was because in addition to all the good contained in us, we wanted a pleasure from outside of us. That's why everything was created. In an immense outpouring of our very pure love, we have designed the creature of our almighty breath, in order that we may rejoice with it and may she be happy with us and with all the things we have created out of love for her. Withdrawing from our will, man, which was to allow us to rejoice with him, gave us bitterness. For, instead of having fun with us, he amused himself selfishly with the things created by us and with his own passions, thus putting us aside. Wasn't that putting creation without an overhang by hindering our primary purpose? See, then, how necessary it is for us to restore our rights and for the creature to reintegrate into our womb. Man must back down by rebinding himself to our will by an indissoluble bond. He must renounce his will to live from ours. That is why I work in your soul. As for you, conform to the work of your Jesus who so desires to bring back to earth the gifts and graces outstanding in his will. I was wondering how the thoughts, words, and deeds of Jesus can extend into those of the creatures. Moving within me, my beloved Jesus said to me, "None of this should surprise you. In me there is divinity with the infinite light of my eternal will, by which I can see very easily every thought, every word, every heartbeat, every act of creatures. When I think, by my light, my thought joins the thoughts of creatures, and so it is with my words and all that I do and suffer. The sun also has this property, its light is unique. And, however, how many are flooded by it? By its light, the sun can do this from up there, without having to go down here to enlighten and warm each one who, however, possesses only the shadow of my light. Thus, I can do this much more, I who possess infinite light. Because my will has the power, when the soul enters it, it opens in this soul the current of its light by which each of the thoughts of this soul, each of his words and each of his acts extends to all. There's nothing more sublime, larger, more divine, more holy, than to live in my will. When the soul is not united to my will and does not enter it, it does not make its little rounds, and it does not open the current of the infinite light of my will. Therefore, everything she does is personal to her. The good she does and her prayers are like the small lights that are used in the rooms, unable to illuminate all the rooms of the house and still less to radiate outside. And if the oil is missing from the soul, that is, if it ceases to produce acts, Its little light goes out and falls into darkness. After these words of Jesus, I merged into the eternal and divine will, placing myself at the head of all creatures to bring to the divine majesty the return for everything, the love of each one. While I was doing this, I was thinking to myself, how is it possible that I can walk at the head of all creatures when I was born after so many generations? At most, I should place myself in the middle, between past and future generations. Or rather, because of my insignificance, behind everyone. Moving in me, my kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the whole creation was made for all to fulfill my will. The life of the creatures was to flow in my will as blood flows in the veins. The creatures were to live in my will as my own children. Nothing was to be foreign to them from what is mine. I had to be their tender and loving father. And they had to be my tender and loving children. This was the purpose of creation. But, as previous generations have deviated from this goal, they will be placed behind. And my will place first the creatures who will be and remain faithful to the purpose for which they were created. These souls, whether they came before or after, will occupy the first place with the divinity. Having responded to the purpose of creation, they will be distinguished among all and marked with the halo of our will as if by a shining precious stone, and all will let them pass so that they occupy the first places of honor. This is not surprising, the same thing also happens in this world. Imagine a king in the middle of his court, his ministers, his deputies, and his army, and his little child prince comes. Even if all these characters are tall, who would not give free access to the little prince so that he can occupy his place of honor alongside the king his father? Who would dare to behave with the king with the familiarity that this child can afford? Who would blame this king and his son for the fact that, even if the latter is the smallest of all, he passes above all and takes his first and legitimate place with the king his father? Certainly no one. On the contrary, all will respect the rights of the little prince. Let's go even lower. Imagine a family, a son was born there first, but does not want to lend himself to doing his father's will and also does not want to study or work. Mediocre and lazy, he is the consternation of his father. Another son is born. Although smaller, he does his father's will, is studious and manages to become a high-ranking teacher. Who will be the first in this family and will receive the place of honor with the father? Isn't it the one who came last? Also, my daughter, only those who have been able to respond perfectly to the purpose of creation will be considered my true legitimate sons. By doing my will, they will have preserved in themselves the pure blood of their Father in heaven, who will have conferred upon them all the attributes of his likeness. Therefore, they will be very easily recognizable as our legitimate children. And our will ensure that they retain their nobility, purity, freshness, and all the love of the one who created them. As our children who will always have been in our will and will never have given life to their own will. They will be as if they were the first to have been created by us, giving us the glory and honors corresponding to the purposes for which all things were created. That's why the world can't end now. We are waiting for the generation of our children who, by living in our will give us the glory of our works. These people will only have our will as life. It will be only natural for them to fulfill the divine will spontaneously, effortlessly, just as the heartbeat, the breathing, the circulation of blood are natural. They will not look at this as a law to be observed, the laws being for the rebels, but as their life, an honor, the beginning and the end. May you, my daughter, have at heart only my will. Do not feel concerned by anything else. That your Jesus may realize in you the purpose of all creation. I felt like I was dying because of the absence of my sweet Jesus. After much struggle on my part, he moved within me and shared his sufferings with me to the point that I suffocated and felt the trances of agony. I was unable to identify the cause of this suffering except that I felt bathed in an immense light that was turning into suffering for me. After that, my kind Jesus said to me, "My daughter, my faithful and inseparable friend, this is why I did not come. My sufferings were so great that I feared that my coming would lead me to share these sufferings with you and to have to suffer from seeing you suffer because of me." I said, "Ah, My Jesus, how you have changed! What you tell me shows me that you no longer want to suffer with me, that you want to do it alone. Then, if I am no longer worthy to suffer with you, do not hide but rather come without making me suffer. It is true that to no longer share in your sufferings will be for me a penetrating nail. But it will be less painful than being deprived of you. He said, My daughter, you speak like this because you do not know the nature of true love. True love hides nothing from the beloved, neither his joys nor his sufferings. For a single sad thought, a single fiber of the heart, that he keeps hidden and does not pour into the beloved, he feels as separated from him, dissatisfied, troubled. And until he pours all his heart into the one he loves, he cannot find rest. So, come to see you and not pour into you. All my heart, my sorrows, my joys and the ingratitude of men would be too difficult for me. I would just stay hidden in the depths of your soul rather than to come and not to share with you my most intimate sufferings and secrets. Therefore, I will accommodate myself to suffering by watching you suffer rather than not pouring my whole heart into you. I replied, My Jesus, forgive me. I spoke this way because you said that you would suffer if you saw me suffer. In fact, let there never be anything that separates us. Let any suffering come, but never be separated. Jesus continued, Fear not, my daughter, wherever my will is, there can be no separation in love. In reality, I did nothing to you, it was the light of my will that made you suffer. Penetrating you like a very pure light. My will brought my sufferings into the most intimate fibers of your heart. My will is more penetrating than any stinger, more than nails, thorns, or lashes. Being a very pure light, in its immensity, it sees everything and contains everything. Therefore, it involves the capacity of all suffering. By bringing her light into the soul, she brings to it the sufferings she wants. Thus, since your will and mine are one, his light brought you my sufferings. This is how my divine will operated in my humanity. His very pure light brought me suffering. With each breath, with each heartbeat, with every movement, in my whole being. Nothing was hidden from my will. Nor the offenses of creatures. Nor what was necessary in order to restore the glory of the Father in their name. Nor what was needed to save them. Therefore, my will spared me nothing. His very pure light crucified my most intimate fibers, my fiery heartbeat. She continually crucified me in my whole being. Ah! If the creatures knew what my divine will made my humanity endure out of love for them, they would be attracted to love me as by a powerful magnet. But, for now, this is not possible. Because their taste is coarse and desecrated by human will. They cannot enjoy the sweet fruits of the sufferings of my divine will. Living at the down-to-earth level of human will. They do not understand the height, power, and goods contained in the divine will. But the time is coming when, making its way in the midst of creatures and making themselves better understood, the Supreme will manifest the great sufferings that my eternal will has caused to my humanity. Therefore, let yourself be penetrated by the light of my will so that it can operate in you perfectly and completely. And if you don't see me often, don't grieve. New events and unforeseen things are brewing for poor humanity. However, you will never miss the light of my will. After that, my kind Jesus disappeared and I felt immersed in his will. I felt my poor smallness in front of the divine immensity. My misery in the face of divine riches. My ugliness in front of eternal beauty. In his will, I felt the radiations of God, and while I received everything from him, I found everything and brought all creation as if on my knees at the feet of the eternal majesty. It seemed to me that, in his will, I was only ascending to heaven and returning to earth, and then going up again in order to bring him all generations, to love him for all, and to make him loved by all. While I was doing this, my Jesus showed himself again and said to me, My daughter! How delightful it is to see the creature live in our will! She lives in our radiance through which she acquires resemblance to her Creator. It becomes so embellished and filled with us, that she becomes capable to take everyone and all things and to bring them to us. She draws so much love from us that she becomes able to love us for all. We find everything in it. Our love spread throughout all creation. Our contentment and the return for our works. Our love for the soul that lives in our will is so great that what we are by nature, the soul becomes so by virtue of our will. We pour everything into it. None of its fibers are left without something of us. We fill it at the point of overflow, forming rivers and divine seas around it, where we descend for fun. In her, we lovingly admire our works, feeling fully glorified. Therefore, my daughter lives in the very pure light of my will. If you want your Jesus to repeat for you this word that he said in creating man, by virtue of our will, let us make this soul in our image and likeness. As I immersed myself in the immense sea of the divine will, my sweet Jesus came out of my interior blessing me. After blessing me, he wrapped his arms around my neck and said to me, "My daughter, I bless your heart, your heartbeat, your affections, your words, your thoughts and even your smallest movements, that everything in you may be invested with a divine virtue. Thus, in my will and by virtue of this blessing, everything in you can spread this divine virtue and multiply myself in each of the creatures, in such a way as to give me love and glory as if all had my life in them. Consequently, enter into my will. Walk between heaven and earth and visit each. My will is a very pure light possessing omniscience. This is like a passport to enter the most hidden places, the most secret fibers, the deepest abysses, the highest spaces. This passport does not need any signature to be valid. It is by itself. And as there is the light that descends from above, no one can prevent his walk or block his entrance. He is king of all things and has authority everywhere. So, place your thoughts, your words, your heartbeat, your sufferings and your whole being in circulation in my will. Leave nothing in you so that, by the passport of the light of my will and by my divine virtue, you may enter into every action of the creatures and multiply my life in each. Oh, how I will be pleased to see that, by virtue of my will, creatures will fill heaven and earth with as many of my lives as there are creatures." After these words of Jesus, I surrendered myself in the supreme will. Circulating in her, I made flow my thoughts, my words, my reparations, etc. in each intelligence created and in all human work. While I was doing this, Jesus was formed. Oh, how delightful it was to see much of Jesus, wherever the passport of the light of eternal will passed. After that, I reintegrated my body and found Jesus clinging to my neck, embracing me completely. He seemed to be celebrating as if I were the cause of the multiplication of his life, which gave him the honor and glory of so many divine lives. So I said to him, "My love, it doesn't seem possible to me that I have been able to multiply your life to give you the great honor of so many divine lives. 2 es present per 2 et se par ta propre vertu que set vi se manifest en chacun. Non à cause de moi. Je suis toujours la petite enfant bonne. Il me répondit. Ma fille, c'est que tu dis est vrai. I am present everywhere. And it is my power, my immensity, and my omniscience that allow me to be everywhere. It is not the love or actions of creatures in my will that make me everywhere and multiply. But, when the soul enters into my will, it is his love. These are his actions filled with divine virtue, which make my vie rise. This, depending on the more or less perfect way in which his actions are accomplished. The reason I'm celebrating is that you have taken what is mine and you have given me back my love, my glory, and even my own life. My satisfaction is so great that the creature cannot understand it while living in exile. She will understand it in the heavenly homeland, when she will be rewarded with as many divine lives as she has formed on earth. I have explained to the confessor what is written above. This one tells me that he was not convinced that these things were true, and that, if that were the case, someone should have seen the world change, at least in part, that morning. Thus, I remained hesitant to write or say something more. When Jesus arrived, I surrendered myself in his arms and poured my heart into him. I tell him what my confessor thought, and that, to believe, people will want to see prodigious things, miracles. Clutching me, my beloved Jesus, as if to dispel my doubts, said to me, "My daughter, courage, do not lose heart. If it wasn't necessary for you to write, I would not have compelled you to make this sacrifice. You must know that the truths I make known to you about of my will and things that creatures must do to live there are like various magnets, flavors, attractions, dishes, harmonies, perfumes, lights. Everything I speak to you contains its own particularity. Consequently, by not making known all the goods that are in my will, or how far the soul can reach by living in it, you will be the cause of the absence. Either a bait to capture souls, either a magnet to attract them, or food to satiate them. Then the perfect harmony of life in my will, the pleasure of his perfumes and his light to guide souls will not be known. Not knowing all his possessions, souls will not have the burning desire to rise above everything to live in my will. On the other hand, don't worry about what you've been told. My mother also possessed my will as life. This did not prevent the world from continuing its course in evil. Nothing seemed to have changed. No external miracle was perceived concerning her. However, what she was not doing here on earth, she was doing in heaven with her Creator. By his continual life in the divine will, it formed in it the space to receive the word on earth. It changed the destiny of humanity. She performed the greatest miracle that no one else had done or will ever do. That of bringing heaven to earth. Someone who accomplishes the greatest does not have to do what is less. However, who knew of what my mother was doing? Of what she did with the Lord? In order to obtain the great prodigy of the descent of the Word in the midst of creatures? This was only known by a few during my conception and by a little more when I breathed my last on the cross. My daughter, the greater the good I want to do to a soul, a good before be realized for the benefit of human generations and bring me complete glory, the more I draw this soul to me and the more I make this good mature between her and me. I isolate it and see to it that it is ignored. When my will desires it to be near a creature, it takes all my power to submit to this sacrifice. Therefore, let your Jesus do it, and calm down. I said to him, Jesus, they are right. They say they don't see any evidence, no positive good, that these are just words. As for me, I don't really want anything. All I desire is to do as you want. Fulfill your most holy will and may what happens between you and me remain in the secret of our hearts. Jesus continued. Ah! My daughter, would you have liked that I worked for my redemption in secret with the Heavenly Father and with my dear mother who was to conceive of me, and that no one else knew that I had descended to the earth? As great as a good can be, if it is not known, it does not produce life. It does not multiply. He is not loved or imitated. Then my redemption would have had no effect on the creatures. My daughter, let them talk and let me do it. Don't feel concerned. Do as I did internally and externally when I was on earth. Especially during my hidden life. The creatures knew almost nothing about what I was doing. However, before my Divine Father, I prepared and matured the fruits of the redemption. I was outwardly ignored, poor, miserable and despised. But, before my Father, my interior was working to open seas of light, graces, peace and forgiveness between heaven and earth. My goal was to open the gates of heaven, closed for several centuries, for the good of the earth and that my Father may look at creatures with love. The rest had to come by oneself. Was that not a great good? It was the yeast, the preparation, the foundations of the redemption. So it is for you. It is necessary that I lay in you the yeast of my will, that I activate the preparation, that I lay the foundations, that there be a total agreement between you and me, between my inner deeds and yours, so that that heaven opens up to new graces, to new currents, and that the Supreme Majesty deign to grant the greatest of graces, may His will be known on earth and exercises its full dominion there as it happens in heaven. And while you are doing this, do you think that the earth receives no good? Ah! You're wrong. Generations rush dizzyingly towards evil, and who therefore supports them? Who, in their vertiginous race, which prevents them from being submerged to the point of disappearing from the surface of the earth? Remember that not so long ago, the sea broke its borders below the earth, threatening to swallow entire cities, including your own city. Who stopped this scourge? Who made the waters stop and remain within their borders? This is the great scourge that is being prepared because of the regrettable vertiginous race of creatures. Nature is outraged by so much evil and would like to avenge the rights of the Creator. All natural things want to stand against man. Sea, fire, wind, and land are about to go beyond their borders to decimate generations. Do you find it banal that while the human race is immersed in irreparable evils, I call you and that, rising between heaven and earth and identifying you with my own actions, I make you run within my will to perform acts contrary to so much perversity? Do you find it banal? May I summon you to cooperate in conquering man by my love so that he may stop his vertiginous course? By showing him the greatest thing, that of the light of my will, so that by knowing her, he can take her as food, in order to restore his forces and, that thus fortified, he can put an end to his carelessness and can he take his firm step back so as not to fall into evil again? Then my Jesus disappeared and I found myself even more bitter thinking of the ugly dizzying rush of the creatures and the troubles that nature will cause them. As I had prayed again, my Jesus returned to me in a lamentable state. He seemed restless and groaning. He stretched out into me, sometimes turning right, sometimes left. I asked him, Jesus, my love, what is there? Oh! You suffer a lot. Please share your sufferings, don't be alone. Don't you see how much you are suffering and that you can no longer take it? As I expressed myself in this way, I found myself out of my body in the arms of a priest. Although the person appeared to be a priest, it seemed to me that his voice was that of Jesus. He said to me, "We're going to go a very long way, be attentive to what you see." We walked without touching the ground. At first, I carried him in my arms. But, as a dog chased me trying to bite me, I was scared. In order for me to be freed from this fear, the roles were reversed, it was he who carried me. I said, "Why didn't you do it before?" I was scared, but I didn't say anything because I believed it was necessary for me to carry you. Now I am satisfied because, since you carry me in your arms, he will not be able to do anything to me. I added, Jesus carries me in his arms. He replied, I carry Jesus in my arms. The dog followed us throughout our journey. He held one of my feet in his mouth, without biting it. It was a long journey and I asked, how many are left? He replied, another 100 miles, 160 kilometers, ... Then, as I asked this again, he said, another 30, 48, ... And so on until we get to the city. And what about what could be seen along the way? In some places, cities reduced to a pile of stones. Elsewhere, flooded land and cities buried under water. Or rivers or seas coming out of their beds. In other places, gaping chasms filled with fire. It seemed to me that all the elements had agreed to attack the human generations by shaping tombs to place them there. What was most horrifying was the evil spirit of the creatures. Everything that came from them was thick darkness in a putrefied and toxic environment. The darkness was such that, at times, I could not discern where we were. Everything seemed false and duplicity, insidious traps were set, and if some good manifested itself, it was only apparent. This good camouflaged the ugliest vices. This displeased the Lord more than if one had done evil openly. All classes of society were involved. It was like a rodent worm attacking the very root of the good. In some places, one could see revolutions or murders perpetrated by ruse, etc. Who could say everything we saw? Tired of seeing so much harm, I repeated several times. When are we going to end this long journey? All thoughtful, the one who carried me answered. A little more, you haven't seen it all yet. Finally, after a very long struggle, I found myself in my body and in my bed. My sweet Jesus, who was suffering a lot, continued to groan. He stretched his arms up to me and said, "My daughter, give me a little rest, for I can't take it any more." Pressing his head on my chest, he seemed to want to sleep. However, his sleep was not peaceful. As for me, not knowing what to do, I remembered that in the most holy will there is perfect rest. I told him, "My love, through your will, I place my intelligence in your uncreated intelligence, so that you can thus join all the intelligences created and place your shadow in them, so that your holy intelligence can rest. I place my voice in your Fiat so that I can place the shadow of your omnipotent Fiat in each of the human voices, so that your breath and your mouth can rest. I place my labors in yours so that I can place the shadow and holiness of your labors in the labors of the creatures so as to give rest to your hands. I place my little love in your will so that I can place it in your immense love so that I can place the shadow of your love in all hearts to give rest to your tired heart." As I expressed myself in this way, my Jesus calmed down and fell into a gentle sleep. After some time, he woke up soothed. Hugging him, he said to me, "My daughter, I was able to rest because you surrounded me with the shadows of my works, my Fiat, and my love. This is the rest I had to experience after creating all things. As man was the last to be created, I wanted to rest in him. That is, by virtue of my will forming my shadow in him. I had to find in him my rest and the crowning glory of all my work. But this was refused to me since the man did not want to do my will. I will only be able to rest when I have found someone willing to live in my will, agreeing to place the shadow of my image in his soul. Not finding my shadow, I cannot rest. For I cannot complete my work and give the last divine brush stroke to all creation. That is why the earth must be purified and renewed, and this, by powerful purges such that many will lose their lives. And you, be patient, and always walk in my will. The absences of my sweet Jesus continue. And my days are spent in a vivid purgatory. I feel like I'm dying, but I'm not dying. I call him, I delirium, but in vain. What I feel in me is so tragic that if it appeared on the outside, even the stones would be moved with pity and burst into tears. But, alas, no one is moved by pity for me, not even Jesus, who used to tell me that he loves me so much. As I was at the height of my sufferings, my beloved Jesus, my life, my all, moved within me and, forming a cradle with his arms, he rocked me in it, saying to me, "Sleep, my daughter, sleep in the arms of your Jesus. Go to sleep, my little one." And seeing that once I was asleep I woke up again, he repeated, "Go to sleep, my daughter." Then, unable to resist, reluctantly and crying, I fell into a deep sleep. Then, after hours and hours of sleep without me being able to wake up, my sweet Jesus leaned on my heart under enormous pressure. Despite this, I couldn't wake up. Oh! How many things I would have liked to tell him, but sleep prevented me from doing so. Then, after struggling a lot with sleep, I saw that my good Jesus was suffering a lot, so much so that he seemed to suffocate. I said to him, "My love, you suffer a lot, to the point of suffocation, and during this time you make me sleep? Why don't you let me suffer with you? And if you want me to sleep, why don't you sleep with me?" All afflicted, he answered me, "My daughter, the offenses they afflict me with are so numerous that I feel that I am drowning in them. If I wanted to share my sufferings with you, you could not endure them by staying alive. Don't you feel the weight they inflict on me to the point of crushing me? Since I am in you, it is inevitable for me to share this with you. And if I wanted to sleep with you, my justice would pour out without coercion on man and the world would tumble." As he said this, Jesus closed his eyes. It seemed that the world was tumbling down and all created things were leaving the order of creation: water, fire, earth, mountains, etc. became entangled and devastating to man. Who could say the great misfortunes that were coming? Frightened, I cried out, "Jesus, open your eyes, don't sleep. Don't you see how all things fall into disorder?" Jesus said to me, "Have you seen, my daughter? I can't afford to sleep. I just closed my eyes and if you knew how many misfortunes have occurred for you, it is necessary that you sleep so that you do not succumb completely. However, know that I place you at the center of my will in such a way. May your sleep also be a bulwark against my justice which, with good reason, wants to pour out against men." I continued to feel dizzy and sleepy. My faculties did not allow me to understand anything. And if, at a moment of respite, I understood something, then I felt invaded by a shadow that, penetrating deep into the depths of my fibers, made me yearn ardently after the holy will of God. Oh! How afraid I was to come out of His most holy will! Greatly troubled by the punishments of which Jesus had spoken to me, and by the sight of the upheavals of the things created. I had also heard of great misfortunes that had befallen in recent days in different parts of the world, even the destruction of entire regions. As I paid attention to all this, moving within me, my Jesus said to me, "My daughter, this is still nothing. We will go further in order to purify the face of the earth. I'm so disgusted with everything that's going on that I can't bear the sight of it." At these words, I became even more oppressed, and the horrible picture of the disturbances of nature that I had seen in recent days came back to my mind. Then, returning to prayer as usual, I say to my kind Jesus, "Since you are determined to extend your hand to chastise the world and now I can't do anything anymore. Neither suffer nor get you to renounce the evils that people deserve. Could you not free me from this state of victim or suspend me for some time? At least I would save some from being embarrassed." Jesus said to me, "My daughter, I do not want to displease you. If you want me to suspend you, I will." Fearing that this would be the fulfillment of my own will, I immediately added, "No. No, my love, you must not tell me if you wish, but rather it is I myself who want to suspend you from this state. It must not come from my will, but from yours. Only then will I accept, not to satisfy myself, but so that your will may be made in me." Jesus continues, "I don't want to displease you, I want to please you. If you desire me to suspend you, I will. However, know that my righteousness wants to take its course. You and I must do our part of concessions. There are certain rights of justice that cannot be violated. But since, in your state of victim, I have placed you at the center of my will, even if you have to sleep at one time, suffer at another, pray at another, it is always a bulwark against my justice to prevent the almost total destruction of things. In fact, it is not just about punishment but about destruction. On the other hand, know that I don't want to force you. I've never liked strength. So much so that when I came to earth and wanted to be born in Bethlehem, I went there, yes, but knocking from door to door in order to find a place to be born, but I did not force anyone. With my power, I could have used the force to have a less uncomfortable place. But I didn't want to. I just knocked on doors and asked for refuge, without insisting. And since no one wanted to receive me, I was content to be born in a cave where animals gave me free access and were the first to worship their creator, rather than forcing anyone to welcome me. However, this refusal cost the people of Bethlehem a lot. For they have been deprived of the benefits that my solace placed on their lands would have given them, or of the privilege of seeing me again among them. I like spontaneous things, not forced things. I like to do for the soul what it accepts as its own, as if what I gave her came from her and not from me, in order to receive from her what I desire and that she may give it to me lovingly. Strength is for slaves, servants, and those who do not love. That is why, as for the people of Bethlehem, I am moving away from those souls who are not ready to let me enter them and to grant me complete freedom to accomplish all that I want. Hearing this, I say, my love, Jesus, no, I do not want to be forced, but, freely, I want to remain in this state, even at the cost of mortal suffering. And you, never leave me and give me the grace to always do your will. I live my days in bitterness, deprived of my sweet Jesus, in addition to being burdened with a deep sleep such that I do not know where I am and what I am doing. I feel around me the shadow of my Jesus, who places me as in an iron armor that immobilizes me, takes my life and stuns me. And I don't understand anything anymore. What a painful change in me. I didn't know what it was like to sleep. And even when a slight sleep surprised me, I did not lose consciousness of my interior. I was aware of the fibers of my heart, of my thoughts, to be able to give them back to Jesus who loves me so much, in order to accompany him in all the hours of his passion, or walk in the immensity of his will to give him everything back and present him with the acts he wants from all creatures. Now it's all over. My Jesus, in what bitter sorrows, in what sea of sorrow you desire my poor soul to sail. Oh! Please give me strength, don't leave me, don't abandon me. Remember that you yourself told me that I am small, or rather, the smallest of all newly born. And if you leave me, if you don't help me, if you don't give me strength anymore, the newborn will certainly die. While I was in this state, I thought to myself, who knows, maybe it's the devil who forms this shadow on me and puts me in this state of immobility. So I felt crushed more than ever under a huge weight. Showing himself, my kind Jesus placed on me the edge of a wheel that he was carrying. All afflicted, he said to me, my daughter, patience, it is the weight of the world that crushes us. However, only one side leaning on you prevents me from finishing the whole world. Ah! If you knew how many mistakes are made and how many secret machinations they plot to ruin even more people. All this increases the weight on my shoulders even more, to the point of overflowing the cup of divine justice. That is why great plagues come all over the earth. Moreover, why do you fear that it is the enemy who places you in this state? When it is the enemy who makes someone suffer, it sows despair, impatience, trouble. On the other hand, when it is me, I infuse love, patience, and peace, light and truth. Would you accidentally feel impatience and despair that might make you fear that it is the enemy? I replied, no, my Jesus. On the contrary, I feel like immersed in an immense and deep sea, your will. And my only fear is that I will be able to get out of the abyss of this sea. But, while I feel its waves rise more powerfully above me and immerse me deeper. Jesus continues. That is why the enemy cannot approach, because the waves of the sea of my will. By plunging yourself into its abyss, have custody and even keep the shadow of the enemy in the distance. In fact, he knows nothing of what the soul does and suffers in my will. He has neither the means, nor the paths or the doors in order to be able to enter it. On the contrary, my will is the thing he hates the most. And if, at times, my wisdom manifests something of what the soul does in my will, the enemy feels such rage that his infernal torments multiply. For when my will fills the soul and is loved by it, it forms paradise, while when it is absent from the soul and is not loved by it, it forms hell. Therefore, if you desire to be safe from any evil trap, take my will to heart and live continuously in it. I spent my days in a very deep bitterness, suffering a heavy silence from Jesus, with the almost total deprivation of his kind presence. These are terrible sufferings. I believe that it is better for me to ignore them so as not to add to my painful martyrdom. This morning, after much struggle on my part, my blessed Jesus was seen in me, as if he was filling me completely with himself. And I, surprised by his unexpected presence, wanted to complain about his absence, but he did not give me time. All afflicted, he said to me, "My daughter, how bitter I feel. The creatures pierced me with 3 nails. Not in my hands, but in my heart and chest, which gives me the sufferings of death. They prepare 3 conspiracies, each one more ugly than the others. And, in these conspiracies, they target my church. Man does not want to renounce evil. On the contrary, he rushes more. In saying this, he showed me secret meetings in which they plotted on how to attack the church, to cause new wars or new revolutions. How many horrifying ailments could be seen. My sweet Jesus spoke again. My daughter, isn't it right that my justice hits the man and almost completely destroys those who defile the earth by making entire regions disappear with them, so that the earth may be purified of so many pestilential lives and of so many incarnate demons who, under the guise of good, plot the ruin of the church and society? Do you think that my absence from you is for trivialities? No and no. On the contrary, the longer my absence is prolonged, the more serious the punishments will be. Remember all that I have told you about my will. Also, plagues and destruction will serve to achieve what I have told you. May my will come to reign over the earth. But it must find the land purified and, for it to be purified, destruction is necessary. Therefore, patience, my daughter, and never leave my will. Because everything that takes place inside of you will serve to ensure that my will triumphantly reigns among men. As a result of Jesus' words, I resigned myself, yes, but in great affliction. The thought of the great evil reigning in the world and my privations of Jesus were like a 2-edged knife. Who was killing me and which added to my torment, without making me die. The next morning, my sweet Jesus showed himself huddled inside me. He said to me, "My daughter, I am stationed in you. From your interior, I look at what the world is doing. In you I find the air of my will. I feel that I can find in it all the decorum that suits my person. It is true that my will is everywhere. However, oh, that it's different when my will is the life of the creature and it lives in my will. Otherwise, my will is isolated, offended, and incapable to discharge the goods it contains and to form lives totally from her and for her. On the other hand, when I find a creature who wants no life other than my will finds in this soul of the company, is loved by her and takes pleasure in sharing her possessions with her, thus forming in her a life coming from my will and for my will. By finding my own things in this soul, my holiness, my light, and my own will acting in it, I find in it the honors and decorum that I found in my own humanity when I was on earth, where my divinity was as if adorned with my humanity. In the same way, I am adorned with the soul that makes my will. I live hidden in her as in my own center. From its interior, I look at the wickedness of the creatures and I weep and pray for them. Seeing someone among the creatures who has my will for life on earth. How many evils and punishments I hold for the sake of this soul. How many times am I not about to destroy creatures and finish them off because of the great evils they commit? But simply by looking at you and looking at the citadel of my will in you, I snuggle up again in you and refrain from doing so. So, my daughter, patience, and always let my will have total life in you. I prayed as usual, abandoning myself in the arms of the Supreme Will, I proposed to worship in her the divine majesty. Moving in me, my Jesus took my poor soul in his hands, lifting him up between heaven and earth. He worshipped the Supreme Being with me and said to me, "My daughter, true and perfect worship consists of to consent totally to the union of his soul with the divine will. The more the soul unites its will with that of its Creator, the more complete and perfect its worship is. On the other hand, if the human will is not united with the divine will, even more, if it is very far from it, it cannot be called adoration, but darkness, colorless shadow leaving no trace. If the human will is not willing to receive the kiss of the Supreme Will, it can be insult or contempt rather than adoration. Worship is first and foremost recognizing the will of the Creator in order to conform to it. If this is not, the soul worships in words but, in fact, it insults and offends. If you desire to know the true and perfect model of worship, come with me in the midst of the three divine persons. So, I don't know how. Jesus squeezed me tighter and lifted me higher than usual. In the midst of an infinite light, I felt devastated. But my annihilation was outclassed by a divine life releasing various reflections. Beauty, holiness, light, goodness, peace, love, etc. In such a way that, transformed by these divine nuances, my nothingness was no longer recognizable and was in love with the one who had embellished it so much. My sweet Jesus spoke again. See, my daughter. The first act of the divine persons is the perfect agreement between their wills. Our wills are so united that the will of one cannot be distinguished from that of the other. Even though our persons are distinct, there are three of us, our will is one. And this unique will produces a continual and perfect act of worship among the divine persons, each worships the others. This agreement between our wills produces equality. Holiness, light, goodness, beauty, power, and love. He brings order and peace to us. And he gives us immense joys and happiness, infinite beatitudes. The agreement between the human will and the divine will is the first link between the Creator and the creature, whereby, as through a channel, the divine virtues descend into the creature and produce in her true adoration and perfect love for her Creator. Through this same channel, the creature receives the various reflections of divine qualities. Each time the soul rises to immerse itself in the eternal will, it is embellished and obtains even more varieties of divine beauty. That is why I say that the soul that makes my will makes my amusement and contentment. I keep the brush of my will in my hand when the soul plunges into my will, I have fun. To make alterations and to paint in it new shades of my beauty, my love, my holiness, and all my qualities. For me, being in this soul and being in heaven is the same thing. I find in her the same adoration as that of the divine persons, as well as my will and my love. And as there is always something that can be given to creatures, I act. Sometimes as a skillful painter painting my image in this soul. Sometimes as a teacher by communicating to him the most sublime doctrines. Sometimes as a passionate lover by giving and desiring love. In short, I use all my arts to have fun with this soul. And when, offended by the creatures, my love finds no place to take refuge to escape those who pursue me in order to make me die, or who want to force me to withdraw into the vault of heaven, I take refuge in the soul that possesses my will and, there, I find my power that defends me, my love that loves me, my peace which gives me rest. Everything I want. My will connects all things heaven, earth, and all goods from which it is one and from which all possible imaginable goods come. Also, I can say that the soul that makes my will is everything to me and that I am everything to her. Then my kind Jesus disappeared, retreating into the depths of my heart. I remained comforted, strengthened, yes, but in the pain of being without him and not having said a single word to him about my difficult state. Oh, yes. When the soul is with Jesus, it completes itself madly and feels no need. With him, all worries disappear and all goods are available. But when he withdraws, the worries return and the pain of his absence becomes even more acute, tearing the heart apart mercilessly. My Jesus reappeared and told me that his heart was covered with wounds, as if he had been stabbed 1,000 times. He said to me, "My daughter, it was you who made these wounds to my heart. When you called me, you hurt me. When you reminded me that you were without me, you renewed the wounds. And when you suffered because of my absence, you added even more wounds." Hearing this, I said to him, "My love, if you knew how much my heart bleeds because of you, and how much I feel wounded and embittered by my privations of you, to the point of not being able to take any more. Thus, my heart is even more bruised than yours." He continued, "Let us see, then, who has more wounds between you and me." So he visited the inside of my soul and made the comparison between him and me, to find out who had more wounds, him or me. To my surprise, I realized that he had more wounds than I did, even though I had quite a few. He said to me, "Have you seen how I am more hurt than you? However, know that there are different lacks of love resulting from my absence. Do not be afraid, I assume the commitment to fill them. For I know that you cannot do in my absence what you do when I am with you. As it is not you who choose to have these lacks of love, your Jesus will take care of filling them. A flight into my will be enough to put us on an equal footing, in such a way that, overflowing to the outside, this love is poured out for the good of our brothers. So let me act, and trust in me." My poor spirit wandered in the immensity of the supreme will. I felt like I was inside a sea and my whole being was swallowing the salutary water of the eternal will in great sips. This water entered me from all sides. Through my ears, my mouth, my eyes, my nostrils, the pores of my skin. My sweet Jesus moved in me and said to me, "My daughter, my will is eternal and the actions of the one who lives in it, from the smallest to the greatest, embracing eternity and animated by an eternal will, take on the value, merit, and form of divine and eternal actions. The divine will empties the actions of this person of all that is human, makes them his own, places its seal on them and transforms them into divine and eternal actions." With these words, surprise, I said to him, "How is this possible, O my heavenly good? That by simply living in your will, the creature may receive this great good, that his actions become divine and eternal." Jesus repeated, "Why are you surprised? It's very simple, everything results from the fact that my will is divine and eternal and that all that comes from her, being born of a divine and eternal will, cannot but be divine and eternal. As long as the creature leaves its human will aside, to give way to mine, if it does so, his actions are as if they were ours, big and small. The same thing happened at creation. How many things, big and small, have not been created, right down to the small seed, the little insect? It cannot be said that my great works were created by the supreme will and are thus divine works, and that the little ones were not created by a divine hand. And even if we can observe that what was created in space, the heavens, the sun, the stars, etc., is fixed and stable, while what was created below on the earth, flowers, plants, birds, etc., is prone to death and reliving, it does not mean anything. On the contrary, because they were created by a divine and eternal will, the seed has the virtue of multiplying. Because in all things, there is my creative and preserving coming. If all created things, big and small, can be called divine works, having been created by the virtue of my omnipotent fiat, much more can be described as divine and eternal the actions that my will performs in the soul which, placing his human will at the feet of my will, give it full freedom to act. Ah! If creatures could see the soul that lets my will live in it, they would see amazing things never seen before. A God operating in the small circle of human will, which is the greatest thing that can exist on earth and in heaven. Creation itself remains far behind, compared to the wonders I perform in this creature. I felt very embittered. because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus, and also because I was haunted by the sad doubt that everything Jesus had told me and done in my soul was only an illusion, a ruse of the infernal enemy. I said to myself, if I was allowed to do so and if all the writings were in my hands, oh, how I would burn them with pleasure. But, alas, they are not in my possession. And, even if I wanted to, it wouldn't be conceded to me. Ah! Jesus, save at least my poor soul, do not let me perish. And since everything is over, the relationship between you and me, do not allow me to have the greatest misfortune, that of not fulfilling, even slightly, your most holy and adorable will. As I entertained these thoughts, my kind Jesus moved within me. And, by his adorable presence, darkness flew away. The doubts disappeared and light and peace came back to me. He said to me, "Daughter of my will, why do you doubt my action in you? Having doubts about my supreme will and what I have told you about it is the most absurd thing that can exist. The doctrine of my will is a clearer water than the crystal coming out of the clear source of my divinity. It is more than the blazing sun that illuminates and warms. It is the clearest of mirrors, and all those who will enjoy the great benefit of mirroring themselves in this heavenly and divine doctrine will be stirred and will feel in them the benefit of being purified of their defilements, so that they can drink in full sips of this heavenly doctrine and thus be embellished with divine ornaments. You must know why, at creation, divine wisdom wanted to pronounce the Fiat. She could have created all things without uttering a single word. But, as she wanted her will to hover over all things, for all things to receive her virtue and possessions, she pronounced the Fiat. In pronouncing it, she communicated to creation the wonders of her will so that all things could have her will. As life, as a diet, as an example, and as an educator. Great, my daughter, was the first word of your God that resounded in the vault of heaven. It was the Fiat. He said nothing else. That means it was all in that Fiat. By him, I have created all things, I have constituted everything. I ordered everything, I included everything. I have deposited all my belongings for the benefit of all those who would not go out of my eternal Fiat. When, after creating all things, I wanted to create man, I did nothing but repeat my Fiat. And as if I wanted to knead him with my own will, I added, "Let us make man in our image and likeness." By virtue of our will, it will keep our whole likeness within it, and it will preserve our beautiful and intact image. As if she was unable to say anything other than the word Fiat, the uncreated wisdom repeated this word so necessary and sublime for all. And this Fiat still hovers over all creation, as the preserver of my works, and in the act of descending to earth to invest in man, encloses him again in him, so that he may return to where he came from my will, that he may return in my will. It is my will that all created things return to me by the same path that is taken to create them, so that they come back to me, all beautiful and as carried in triumph by my will. Everything I have told you about my will was for the purpose of this, that my will be known and come to reign on earth. I will do everything to get that, but everything must come back to me through this word, Fiat. God said Fiat and man must say Fiat. In all his things, he will have nothing but the echo of my Fiat, the brand of my Fiat, the effects of my Fiat, which will allow me to give him the goods that my will contains. This is how I will fully achieve the goals of creation. And that is why I have undertaken to make known the effects, the value, goods, and the sublime things of my will, and how the soul, taking the same path as my Fiat, will become so sublime, divinized, sanctified, enriched, that heaven and earth will be astonished at the sight of wonders accomplished in it by my Fiat. In fact, by virtue of my will, new graces never given before, brighter light, incredible wonders never seen before will come out of me. I act as a teacher who teaches science to his disciple. If he teaches his disciple, it is because he wants to make him a teacher like him. This is how I do with you. This sublime lesson focused on my first word Fiat. The prayer I taught was Fiat on earth as in heaven, and I tried to teach you lessons more extensive, clearer, and more sublime about my will. This is because I want my student does not only acquire the science of my will, but becomes a teacher herself to make her known to others. Not only that, I also want her to acquire my possessions, my joys and my own happiness. So be attentive and faithful to my teachings and never stray from my will. I was thinking about the ascension to heaven of my sweet Jesus on the day of his glorious ascension and the sorrow of the apostles who were thus deprived of such a great good. Moving within me, my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, the greatest sorrow of the whole life of my apostles was to remain without their master. When they saw me ascend to heaven, their hearts were consumed by the pain of the deprivation of my presence. This pain was all the more acute and penetrating because it was not a human pain as if they were losing something material, but a divine pain, it was a God they were losing. And even though I still possessed my humanity, by the fact that she was resurrected, she was spiritualized and glorified. And, therefore, their main pain was in their souls. This pain penetrated their whole being. They were consumed by grief to the point of experiencing the most painful martyrdom. But all this was necessary for them, until then they were only tender babies with regard to virtues, knowledge of divine things and knowledge of my own person. In short, I was among them. But they didn't really know me or love me. But when they saw me ascend to heaven, the pain of losing me tore the veil and they recognized me as the true Son of God, with such certainty that the intense pain of no longer seeing me among them instilled in them firmness in the good and strength to suffer everything for the love of the one they had lost. This gave birth in them the light of divine science, took away from them the nappies of childhood and transformed them into fearless and courageous men. Their pain transformed them and formed in them the true character of apostles. What they could not obtain in my presence, they obtained it through the suffering of the deprivation of my presence. Now, my daughter, a little lesson for you. Your life can be called a continual suffering of losing myself and a continual joy to find me. But, between the pain of losing myself and the joy of finding myself, how many surprises have I not given you? How many things have I not told you? It was the painful martyrdom of losing me that disposed you to hear my sublime lessons about my will. In fact, how many times did it seem to you that you had lost me? And, while you were immersed in your cruel pain, I came to you with one of my most beautiful lessons on my will and made you relieve the joy of finding me again to dispose of you again to the acute pain of my absence. I can tell you that the suffering of being without me gave birth in you to the knowledge of my will, as well as knowledge of its effects, value, and foundations. It was necessary for me to proceed in this way with you, that is, I come very often and I then leave you in the grip of the pain of being without me. Since I have chosen to make known to you in a very special way many things about my will, I had to leave you in the grip of continual divine suffering. Because my will is divine and because it is only on divine sufferings that she can establish her throne and expand her domain. By assuming the attitude of a teacher, I communicated to you the knowledge of my will as much as was possible for a creature. Many will be amazed, hearing about the continual visits I have made to you, and that I have not done to others, and your continual suffering because of my absence. If you hadn't seen me so many times, you wouldn't have known and loved me so much. Because each of my visits brings a new knowledge of me and a new love. And the more a soul knows and loves me, the more his suffering increases. As I came, I caused your suffering more intensely. Because I wanted my will not to lack in you the noble procession of suffering that strengthens the soul. And also in order to establish in you my permanent abode and to give you new and continual lessons about my will. So, I repeat to you, let me do it and trust in me. This morning, I found myself out of my body and I saw my last confessor who died surrounded by several attentive and delighted people to hear him. He spoke, and he became inflamed to the point of inflaming others. I approached to listen to what he was saying, and to my surprise I heard him tell all that Jesus told me and how he behaved with me. His love finesse, his many condescensions. And when he spoke of Jesus' loving stratagems towards me, he radiated light to the point of being transmuted into that light, and not only him, but also those who listened to him. I was surprised and thought to myself, the confessor did this when he lived on earth. He was talking to others about the things of my soul, and he still does it after his death, in his second life. And I waited until he had finished speaking so that I could approach him and tell him some of my difficulties, but he didn't finish and I found myself in my body. Then, as usual, I accompanied my beloved Jesus in his passion. Compassionate with him, making reparation, and making his sufferings my own. Moving within me, he said to me, "My daughter, what great benefit a soul derives when it remembers of me and of all the things I have accomplished, suffered, and said during my life, in compassion with me, by sharing my intentions and remembering my sufferings, my work, and my words. She summons them in herself and places them in order in her soul, so as to enjoy the fruits of all that I have done, suffered, and said. This produces in this soul a kind of divine moisture that the Son of my grace delights in transforming into a celestial dew. And this dew does not only wonderfully beautify the soul, it has the virtue of softening the rays of the fiery sun of my divine righteousness. If the soul is burned by the fire of sin and my righteousness is about to strike it, burn it, and dry it out further, by softening the rays of this vigilante sun, this divine dew uses these rays to form a beneficial dew so that the creature is not struck. It itself constitutes a vital moisture so that the soul does not dry out. This happens as in nature. When after a day of scorching sunshine, the plants are about to wilt, a wet night is enough for them to firm up. Then, the sun forms its dew and, instead of killing these plants, its heat is used to fertilize them and bring their fruits to their full maturation. In an even more wonderful way, the same thing happens in the supernatural order. Remembering what I have done, suffered, and said is the beginning of a good. These reminders form small sips for the soul to give it life. When things are forgotten, they lose their attraction and vital virtue for the soul. These reminders are not only at the origin of goods in life, but after death they are a cause of glory. Have you not seen how joyful your deceased confessor was in speaking of the graces I have given you? This is because, during his life, he was interested in it. He has kept his memory of it, and that its interior was filled to the point of overflowing to the outside. And how good it gives him in his new life! It is for him like a fountain that overflows for the good of others. Therefore, the more the soul remembers my graces and lessons, the more the fountain of my possessions pours into it, to the point that there is overflow for the good of others. I was living my usual and painful suffering of his absence. I felt as if tortured by rigorous justice, without even a shadow of pity. O punitive justice of God, how terrible you are! But you are even more terrible when you stay away from the one who loves you. Your arrows would be softer to me if, while you punished me and torn me to pieces, my Jesus was with me. Oh! How I cry over my fate! I would like all of heaven and earth to weep with me over the fate of the poor exile who not only lives far from her homeland, but is also abandoned by her Jesus, who is her only comfort, her only support in her interminable exile. While my poor heart was overwhelmed by this terrible bitterness, my adorable Jesus made himself seen in my interior as dominating all things. He held like many kidneys in his hands, and each reins was attached to a human heart. There were as many reins as there are creatures. He said to me, "My daughter, the path is long and each life of creatures is a separate path. Therefore, it is necessary to walk a lot and in many paths. You will be the one who will walk all these paths because, since I must enclose my will in you, you must enclose all that it contains. With my will, it is possible for you to cover all paths together, those of all creatures. Therefore, in my will, you have much to do and suffer." With these words, oppressed and tired as I was, I said to him. My Jesus, this is too much, who can do this? I'm tired enough and, moreover, you leave me alone and, without you, I can't do anything. Ah! If I always had you with me, I could accomplish this. But, alas, you leave me alone and I can't do anything. Jesus continues. However, I am in your heart, guiding everything. And all these paths have been covered by me. I encompass everything. I don't let a single heartbeat or suffering of a creature escape me. And you must know that, since I must place my will in you as in its center of life, it is necessary for her to find in you all the paths of the creature's end. All that your Jesus did. For these things are inseparable from me. It is enough that you reject only one thing of my will to prevent it. To form its center in you. To have its full supremacy. To have its starting point in order to be known and to dominate over all. So see how much it is needed. That you encompass all creatures' end. That you cover all their paths. Taking upon yourself the trials, pains, and actions of all. If you want the majesty of my will to descend into you to continue on its way. Surprised, I said to him. My love, what do you say? You know how poor I am and what state I am in. How can I encompass within me the totality of your will? At most, with your grace. I can do your will. I can live in her. But encompassing it is impossible, I am too small. It is impossible for me to contain an infinite will. He said. My daughter, it shows that you don't want to understand. The one who wants to lock his will in you will give you the grace and ability to contain it. Have I not enclosed my whole being in the womb of my heavenly mother? Could it be that I would have locked only a part of myself in her, leaving a part in heaven? Certainly not. Wasn't she the first to take part? To all the actions of his Creator. To all his sufferings. To identify with him so as not to omit anything of what he was doing? Was it not the starting point of the gift of myself to all creatures? If I did this with my inseparable mom in order to descend to man and to fulfill my redemption, can't I do it with another creature? By giving him the grace and the ability to contain my will. By making him take part in all my actions. By forming my life in it as in a second mother. To come among the creatures. To make me known about them and to accomplish the Fiat Voluntas Tua on earth as in heaven? Don't you want to be the starting point of the reign of my will on earth? Goal, oh! How it cost my Queen Mom! To be the starting point of my coming in the midst of creatures. Thus, it will cost you to be the starting point of the reign of my will in the midst of creatures. He who must give everything must enclose everything in him. You can only give what you have. Therefore, my daughter, do not take lightly what concerns my will and what it is appropriate for you to do so that she forms her life in you. This is the thing that interests me the most, and you have to be attentive to my teachings. Deo gratias. And may he who is so good to the least of his creatures always be blessed. Fiat.